Hello everyone, welcome to day 19. Yesterday we added the morning brief. We added a bunch of sections for this. There is one thing we need to fix though, which is that it's showing on Saturday. So we should say, hey, on Saturday and Sunday, it should just have some message. I guess there maybe is an argument to be made. We could show something on the weekends. Not really sure what that would be because the market's closed, but I think for now we will just put a message that tune in on Monday or something like this. So we added a bunch of sections here. We also added some sections to the afternoon. There's some things that I would like to do today, which is I would like to deploy it again. I turned off the back end until we fixed a few things, got everything set up, and then maybe we set up Stripe today. I think by default I'll probably have it so the user can't generate charts unless they're like a paid user. But they can chat with the Gemini through Flash. Maybe give them 10 credits or something like this, maybe 5. I think right now we set it at 5. Yeah, I think it's looking good. We're also going to test the email today. We haven't set up the email for the morning brief, and then I think right now the morning brief, it's a little bit too stats heavy. The stats are cool, but should be a little more reading, I would say. We added some descriptions for the news, but I think there should be a little bit more material in between. And this one, maybe we move this one up here or something like this. And all the things we added yesterday, you can customize, but another component is I think this might be a little too many things. I think we probably should condense this a little bit because a little overwhelming for the person to know exactly what each of these are. So yeah, that's the plan for today. And maybe we'll explore marketing a bit. Look at AppSumo, maybe see what it would take to post it. So yeah, let's start with, actually, what should we start with? Start with the email. Let me see if the test email works. Can you go ahead and trigger our, how's this button working? Test. It's like whisper flow. Can you go ahead and test our script for sending the test email again? It's called test email. Because we set it up so it's on resend now instead of, that should be, we'll use that for a while. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? For some reason, I always have to update this chat. I never see the ChatGPT. Is that you? Nice. Source model Gamma. Hey, the Ghetto. How's it going? Yeah, it's Minecraft. It's kind of relaxing. Gamma. I haven't tried Gamma yet. Have you tried it yet? Equal slashed. We got a test email that failed. We updated the record yesterday, so I wonder maybe I accidentally included some white space or something. Some verification. I'm looking at the record now. So it looks like I updated the record yesterday. Any idea why this Wouldn't propagate, I'm using Squarespace, Squarespace domains. Yeah, we're thinking of just using resend for the first maybe like 1,000 users maybe. But that's just the beginning, then we'll switch to AWS or something. Oh, no worries, SQL/. Yeah, Gemini 3 is pretty good for design and stuff. No DNS records. Don't get the point of resend. Yeah, it's a little stupid. Using SES. Yeah, we're just sending up. I mean, it takes like 2 seconds, but we'll do it just for a little bit, and then we'll change it. Yeah, I thought you were talking about when you set it up on AWS, because I think if you do that, you got to do a little more work. But it's not. I don't think it doesn't seem to be too challenging. But I've never done it. Oh, resend uses the Amazon. Yeah, I guess that's not surprising. Yeah, it's for lazy people. Oh, I don't really understand. It's because it's like, it seems like when people immediately move off when it gets expensive. I don't understand how they have any pricing, but I guess maybe it's a little bit of a hassle. Still. Yo, hey, how's it going, Evora? No revenue. I would say, looking back, I maybe spent a little too long on the charts. But then again, we're not really. It's not really a speed run, so I'm having fun. So, yeah. But we should be like working on the marketing stuff soon, I would say, and we'll give that a go. Oh, I see. So it's because I use the namespaces that the text records don't show. They're name servers. So I use the name servers for Vercel. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, I'll set it back to Squarespace. What are the Squarespace name servers? Cool. Okay. You sure this is the right name server? I have a lot of problems with Squarespace. I didn't choose it. Already open source, resend projects. Yeah, that makes sense. It is easy to set up. I guess that's the only display toggle. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. Cool. Continue. Perfect. How long do name servers take to propagate? I didn't make it. Thinking of a SaaS. What do you think about a web app that allows creators to track their analytics, helps them improve content? Yeah. Say, do something maybe at the intersection of your interests. That's kind of what we figured, or what I figured. Like that's where I get. I like to work on things that I enjoy. Helps you with your ideation too. Maybe some hobby you have. Maybe you're a student. But while we wait for the emails, because it could take a little bit to propagate. Well, I guess I just changed them, so go ahead and run the test again. Who knows? Might be really quick. I'm gonna see what we can do to maybe make this less stats. So this is what we show in the morning brief. There's like a ton of stats, but we kind of want a little more reading in between. What are maybe some other ideas for? Right now we have the news. What other text and prose could we have in between these sections that would provide some value? Oh, one thing we could do is split up. That actually makes sense. The AI portfolio insights, we split it up across the page. So right now maybe it would show like this, and then like this here, split right there. So now we go like here and still a little bit, but yeah. But why would you say something like that? Okay. I was just saying, yeah. Intersection between interests. Good place to find ideas. Here's some ideas for prose content. Good. That's true. We could put like a little, what does it mean? Or we could convert some of this to just text, right? Whichever one is the least. Yeah. I don't think it should be. Another thing is we're showing this on the weekend. What do you think we should show on the weekend? Maybe just some, at least check again Monday or something. All right, and this one, what I'm going to do is make sure user can't use the charts until they have the chart generation, until they have premium. Can you go ahead and make it so there's 3 credit types? There's the, so let's see here, into the settings. You have 5 chat credits, 1 AI analysis. Right now we have chat credits, AI analysis, but we're going to add a third, which is chart generations, and that should be 0 for the free user. So they kind of get the preview of what the chart generations look like from the today's brief, so they kind of know maybe what that is. So we're not going to give any demos of that in the chat. It's my current tech stack. I'll just put this command. Hope you don't mind. I think it's a little outdated because we're not using 2 of those, but yeah, I'll update it. Yeah, Does that make sense? Go ahead and hook it up to the research, so the free user basically won't be able to attach any data. It should just open the, if they try to, it should just open the upsell window. Any plans for marketing? Yeah, we have some plans. We're just gonna try a bunch of them and see what works. And I'll maybe make a summary video once we do all of them, and hopefully one of them will provide us a little bit of traffic. But it's a very hard problem, so I could see it taking a while. We're gonna try to do it without, kind of more, what do you call that, guerrilla marketing, where you're not spending any money. Just trying to come up with creative ways. Creative ways to get eyeballs. I should have told it to add it to the settings. It's fine. So multiple people have said about the dark theme that it looks a little default. Like, I can see what they're saying by that. Maybe we could look up different color schemes for dark mode. The thing with using Next.js is you probably can't deploy to something like Cloudflare Worker, etc. Yeah, I agree. I'm also using Next.js for like I'm prototyping and things like this, but it's fine. You can still connect it to Cloudflare, so it's I've done it in other projects. Cool. Yeah, go ahead and update the. Did you put the settings? No. Yeah, make sure to put the in the settings those credits too, so the user can see. Let's see. You have to use. Dark mode is dark gray with different shades of gray. Primary text color. I see. Yeah, maybe we can get some critiques. Hey Max, how's it going? Good morning. Oh. Yep, go ahead and do it. Oh, cool. So this already propagated, so we should be able to send the emails now. Cool, so go ahead and try the test email script. I'm doing pretty well, I'd say. Did you use Open Next.js? It's just a static. It's just really simple, man. Nothing too crazy. We shouldn't even really probably use Next.js because there's just really not much benefit, but it's kind of my default when I get started working on something. Cool. Yeah, I can. We don't have Cloudflare hooked up yet, though. Took a bit of inspiration. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. Yeah, I think you probably use Y-Finance, right, for the data. That's what we're using too. Pretty nice. Very generous with the rate limits and stuff. Like, I think we could even technically support some users with it. Like, it's not like too crazy. But with that said, we probably will switch maybe today or tomorrow. So the name server is propagated. Let me go log in to resend then, because it says oh, I have to reload it. So that's restart. Set up Gemini CLI. Yeah, I used hey Bravo. I used Gemini CLI yesterday. Maybe it's just what we were asking to do though. It's a little more complex than we thought. The thing about Vercel though, it does have kind of some default protections out of the box. So you don't necessarily need to, if you, at the beginning at least. That's my opinion. Especially when you're just working on it. You know, it's not too in the building phase. Okay, go ahead and try again now. I think it should work. Yeah, cool. It's verified now, so it should send to my email. Then we'll build the morning email. Can you go ahead and build right now for the test email, it sends the afternoon one, but let's go ahead and implement the morning one as well. It should look pretty similar. Yeah, I like Tailwind equal slashed. Better generations with it too, I think. Oh, that. Don't know. Weird. Oh, I see. I have to put in more records. Hey, what I get for not scrolling. And Okay, try now. Can you check the records again? Along with these ones, I had to add an MX. Oh, I have to set it. Priority 10. I don't think that matters. How long does it take to propagate for these ones? No. Oh, nice. They're all verified now. That's what it comes up with. Go ahead and try one more time. I think this is the one. Oh, I didn't. I think I watched the one I watched was the long time ago with Mike Tyson. That one was kind of sad. Nice. We sent the email. I'm gonna go look at it. We're gonna update the styles and stuff to reflect. Cool. Can we go ahead and we're gonna send build a test to send both of these emails to the admin. To see how they look like for today. Okay, cool. We got our chart generation being 0. Take a look at... Oh. I'm gonna sign out and sign into an account that's not an admin. Oh yeah, we have to change the default ordering, but fine. So I'm gonna try that chart generation. It should not allow me to. Oh, oh nice. So we're gonna update these descriptions here. Yeah, so we're gonna update these and update this page actually, just overall. This icon. Can you go ahead for the that upsell when they try to attach the data? Can you go ahead and it should send the upsell rate when they try to send, and it should not send the message because there's just no reason to. So they try to attach data, it will do that credit subtraction first. If they can't, it won't send the message. Google website models. Yeah, they do. You can put them toggle in front, top nav bar. Like sun and moon icons. That's what the name of those are. Bravo, what thing are you talking about though? Are you talking about this? Like this should be a sun and moon icon? I'm pretty sure that's where I was thinking about something like that. What do you think of this, Bravo? Like if you don't mind, this, how this looks here. We made this yesterday, this little. And honestly, I don't really like how these look that much. I think we should just make it a lot more muted colors. And then the collapsible's a little weird. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Equal slash. Yesterday we said that for sure. Like when you log on in the morning, it should show the morning. It actually shouldn't even show anything, maybe. Well, no, it is nice to have here because then they know, hey, it's gonna come back the afternoon. It's just blanked out, so they can find a way to show them what it's gonna do. What would be good is if you give some users some stocks. Actually, I mean that historically, that's actually something that happens. You know, like PayPal gave people $5 to sign up, like in their account. So I mean, you're not too far off there. Maybe, and I think Robinhood did something like that. Or if you sign up, get like some shares. So it's kind of funny. But we're not a brokerage, so can't trade with us. That would be very hard to set that up. A lot of regulations. As they, maybe do an infinite scroll, and as they scroll, it shows older from morning. Like a feed type thing is what I would do. People are used to feed UX. Oh yeah, I think I see what you're saying. Like you put the oldest stuff on top. So instead of choosing between morning and afternoon, it's just like the only thing is though, a lot of this stuff you don't care about in the afternoon. Like why would I care about the pre-market? So like I don't even show that to the user unless they click in the morning. I think it'd be cool if you did work on something with a broker or something. Yeah, if we get that, I mean, we could do a little research. Why not, right? Like clearly Robinhood did it, but what did they have to do to be able to get to that kind of situation? Also, I don't know what we would offer as far as why someone would choose us as a brokerage. I don't think I would use this as a brokerage. That to be some value. Not sure. Talking about the theme toggle. Oh, the theme toggle. Oh, this right here. Makes sense. the non-streaming endpoint doesn't support. Cool, so if I select this in chat now, it should just not let me send. Oh. So after I click, you can just make it so if they click send, immediately do that check, and then it will not, there's a conditional there, like it won't send the message at all to our endpoints if they don't have any credits. Whoops. I'm gonna see what it added there. So okay, cool. So we tested our email here. So this would be the morning one. So it comes up Prism Research. So I gotta fix the formatting here. Where's all my repos? I think I opened the wrong GitHub desktop or something. That's weird. Anyways, yeah, we should add more data. Most browsers can export to PDF. How do you solve that? Oh, it's just going to be export to Excel, not export to PDF like that premium. We're changing with that premium. That we just put in some like sample stuff in there. So the export to Excel would be like your portfolio values and your, I don't know what else would be in Excel. Oh, right, the charts, if you make any charts. Now let's look at the evening one. Oh, I just sent both the morning ones. I have two GitHub desktops. Very weird. Okay, here it is. Probably we don't put unlimited. Doesn't seem like a good idea. Actually, we could do unlimited. If it's the Flash model, just rate limited, I guess. That's technically not unlimited though, so I'm not sure. Let me look it up. That makes sense there. Go ahead and make a test for, right now we have a test that sends the morning brief. Let's go ahead and one for the evening too. So we're gonna send 2 test emails. I think we just made it, but it should, right now it just sent 2 morning ones. over here, I'm gonna do, can we go ahead and make it so when the user logs on in the morning, so that should be before, I suppose it's their time, the morning. That should be like the market time, the morning. Right? So we should make it so when the user logs in, if they log on in the morning with EST time zone, then it should default them to the morning page. Otherwise, it will show the afternoon. In the morning, the afternoon page should be blanked out if there was no morning brief. I mean afternoon brief. I want to make it so the upsell page, currently it's not very accurate to what we offer, but we're going to add the, so let's just make a little document here real quick. We did earlier, but this is going to be the updated one. Okay, so the basic, you will get unlimited chats, not with the quotes, but flash model. Mm. Sucks. Yeah, we could add weekly insights. That's kind of a cool idea. Oh, I know. Custom alerts on data. One AI analysis a week. Maybe two. We'll give them some. Yeah, Bravo is just a good bit. What's working? Why are we pricing this at $20? It's a good question. Not much research as far as as these prices go. And you make a good point. We should probably, before we officially set it, we should do a little more research. I'm gonna look up a few. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do is just plug in our plan here, and then we're gonna kind of ask AI about our pricing, compare it using the chat. And we're kind of iterating the doc, similar to how we do our planning documents, I guess. Yeah, we'll fix the style is that's just a AI generated thing that was quickly made, so we'll change it. Right now we're coming up with what it should say and how it should look and things like this. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm like typing in like just gonna offer. Mm. Um, so is cloud good for marketing? It's good for kind of like all kinds of questions, I feel like. It's good for like ideating and things like this. So when I click the research, it should go to the new conversation. Shouldn't have to click here. Can you go ahead and if the user's on the research page, let's see. To be honest, man, I worked this out before I wrote a line of code. Now I know it's a bit pedantic. Yeah, that's fair. We definitely did some research, but as far as like the actual pricing, we haven't really explored what each package should be. But we do know like what we're selling, I guess, if that makes sense. But as far as like the costs go, I think we'll probably do some of that today for sure. But it's a good piece of feedback. Probably in the future we should do that part too, not just like what we're selling, but maybe the prices as well. If they click the research navigation at the top, it should create a new conversation. They shouldn't have to click the new conversation button. Code to code and stream. Yeah. Just, if you do, know how to reset it very quickly. Hmm. So that'd be like where we're selling the mobile data, right? I mean, selling data. types of data. So I don't think we can really offer the Premier yet because we don't have enough stuff yet. But we can put it for now. Mm. Yeah, very true. But we don't give the user a lot of credits, so we know it's very cheap as far as that goes, because we just have the. But you're right, you can run that cost. I kind of know, like, just based on the amount of credits we're giving them, that it's extremely. I guess let's run the numbers actually, just real quick. So I'm gonna create a new window here. But it's a good point. We're gonna create a new cost analysis MD in docs. We're giving the user currently 5 free chat credits, which uses the Flash Gemini 3 Flash, and 1 AI analysis, which also uses Gemini 3 Flash. You can look at how our AI analysis works in the Yeah, you need to pay for the APIs, but the Flash model is pretty cheap. But you're right. Let's run, we need probably a certain percent to sign up to make that make sense, but it's probably very low. We will see, though, what the number is. AI analysis. On the today's brief, morning and evening. Well, we're trying to figure out what will be our cost per user. We're going to assume that 80% of them use all their credits. We're just going to be super conservative. And our main goal is to figure out how many users would you need to sign up for the lowest package. So we're going to assume like 20% sign up for the middle one, 0% sign up for the most expensive, which is the 99, and then we're going to assume the 80% are just the cheapest $20 one. And what we're trying to figure out is what percent at the final result is like what percent need to sign up to be break even based on the costs. Obviously, we're just being super conservative on everything, assuming most people are not choosing the expensive things. Although maybe that's not conservative, right? But maybe that's just realistic. I do think there is some psychology about like when you have I'm signed into my admin or something. Oh yeah, so the upgrade here should be an upsell, so we will fix that actually. This just brought me to the Stripe page. Yeah, so it's still bringing you to the send. So you didn't fix it there. It still brings me to the actual where it starts saying generating response and things. It should like totally block the user from switching to the next page. Did you tile all those manually? No, I have a little hotkey. I record the window, and it's a little Lua script we open sourced. So if you want it, you can just use it as well. It's on my GitHub, and you can record the window with the Command Option R, and then it saves the window location, and then you just use it tells you the hotkey for where to put it. I mean, what to press to put it there. Any window. So, yeah. How many free users are there? Ratio to paid users, and what's the maximum ratio? Exactly. That's what we've asked here, essentially. Still running. So Premiere, that would be unlimited charts, not limited charts, 500 charts. Generations per week. And then we run the costs on these numbers too. I'm just kind of guesstimating. I don't really think there's much value in doing that many AI analysis here. Do more than 5. Maybe that's where we put the custom alerts. So you can set custom alerts. 99 is a month is a lot though. I mean, maybe at the beginning, this should be just like a little bit cheaper. No, we'll investigate. We'll look at some other sites have, but I think you have to really provide a lot of alternative data for this to make sense. But with that said, you could say maybe the Premiere package is the anchor. I've heard of that term where it's like you have the really expensive thing, so people think these are more reasonable. Maybe an option. Maybe one day, like upload your own data sets. Excuse me. Data sets to create charts with. Once we implement that, it's just an idea. But okay, let's go plug that in. I'm gonna maybe separate this though. Some of this stuff is we are guessing a little bit, so we actually would need to get this in the hands of users to see if this would resonate with them, that they'd want to spend more money. So maybe you need to, at this point, COGS thing going on, Google Sheets. Yes, it's true. Okay, let's read this doc. That's what we're doing right now, doing low cost analysis. Okay, put it in docs, I believe. I'm gonna keep this one open. Right now we're just using 3 flash, so use the 2.5 flash pricing. I think the 3 flash is a little bit more expensive. But we'll update that. Just look at this one. Right, we didn't put our assumptions for tokens, but I guess it's probably think it's a bit larger than this. Let's see. You assume the average word's 5. This is, it's like 1,000 words, right? Actually, that's probably about right. 500 words. No, it's definitely more. I think it's like 10,000 tokens actually, because we send the system prompts. So I'm gonna update those two things because our thing will be wildly off. So you should update this with Gemini 3 Flash, and then for the tokens, assume each chat is 10,000 tokens. I guess before saying that, go ahead and just look at what we're sending in our chat on this page, and then you can kind of get a good estimate. But I'm kind of thinking 10,000 tokens. You can you can look at the back end for this page, the endpoints it's reaching out to get the answer. Also, your assumption is not correct. Most users will not even use one credit. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that because I'm being a conservative. Most users will just sign up and then they'll leave. But you know, if it works in the most conservative case, like let's say the pricing works in the most conservative case where you assume tons of users use it, then it's definitely going to work if no one's using it, right? Well, then you just won't make, if truly no one's using it, make nothing. But it's about the ratio, like you said, of paid users to the people using it, the free users that are using it. So that's the actual assumption you would make. But I think ours is just more, I mean, it's just like extra conservative, I guess. Because we're assuming a really high ratio of free users that are using the product to the maximum degree. Okay. Nice, so that works now. Okay. Still generating the response. Should be told, that's another data point you want to research. Yeah, for sure. I agree. As far as like that one's gonna be a little hard to get answers to though. You'd have to find some public company that would give out that data, I guess. But I kind of doubt they would, as far as like how many people are using it. I guess you could say, oh no, you could make some estimates. Like they say, how many daily users do we have? Weekly users, monthly users. And then you look at their revenue and you can kind of figure out what the amount of paid users they have. They might even tell you the paid users, and then you could maybe figure out what ratio there is to the. You have to be a similar company, but you could probably do that too. Saying the industry average is 2 to 5% in freemium conversion. It's a little high, in my opinion, but don't know. Okay, Gemini 3 Flash pricing. Okay, so it's saying 4 to 6,000 tokens. Oh, I see. Times, all right, that's the total. So 10 cents per user for the chats. You can measure the market size, work out what you think you can reach, and use industry standards for sign up and churn. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, do a little TAM analysis. So, dude, how's it going, Kai? Yeah, analysis costs should be about 1 cent, so 11 cents a user if they, the ones that maximize it. So you assume $23 per paying user based on our kind of weird assumption of everyone choosing the cheapest, which maybe happens. The ones that do pay. What was our percent that do pay though? Did we say this? Oh, right, that's right. We're figuring out what the amount it would be for break even for the conversion rate. The 0.37 conversion rate to break even on AI costs, assuming the average user spends $22. So 3 in 1,000, 4 in 1,000. That's pretty low, right? But you want a healthy margin. So you would want like 1 in 100, right? Then you'd have probably what, 50% margins or something, maybe. So what we should figure out is like, is 1% conversion realistic? If it is, then we're probably okay. Hey, Chet on, he's back. He's locking it. 35% conversion to premium. Yeah, 1 to 2%. Yeah. Kind of makes sense, Graham. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Probably 1 to 2% is probably about right, because I'm just thinking about like some reference points. But we should do more research. Oh, you're not buying that? Which part do you think is unrealistic? I think the reason why I'm kind of thinking it's realistic is because we're not giving them a lot of chats, and we're using the Flash model. Like, we're only giving them 5 chats, so it kind of makes sense. Like, the cost is really low. But you have to add in, obviously, the hosting and all this stuff too. But in the beginning, the hosting's not super expensive. In fact, it's free because they were on the free version. Let's see, what are other costs? I guess there's my AI development cost. Cloud Max. You could figure that. You should figure that into the cost, but that kind of becomes a 0 if you assume you get any scale, I guess. Rounded to 0. Yeah, just let me know which part you think is unrealistic. Maybe you think the per paying user is unrealistic. Maybe you think that people wouldn't pay this much. Maybe. That's fair. I think we should maybe look at, right now we should look at these other newsletter things. What are people paying for? How much are they paying? We're kind of offering data too, though, like alternative data. Hey, SET, welcome back. Let's go ahead and ask that question. Okay, so we want to add 2 new sections at the bottom. Number 1, we want to compare to, what we want to find maybe is like any data we can on these financial newsletter companies. I know like pretty much, I don't know if any of them are public, but go ahead if you can find a public one that's like a good comparable to what we're doing. That'd be cool. If you can't, and you're just going to have to find maybe some data, what we want to figure out is a couple questions. Number 1, can we make any estimate about how much money the per user is paying? So a converted user, what's the amount per user? Number 2, the conversion rates. I mean, you said 2 to 5%. That seems maybe we want to know for, in particular, in the in this, I guess you call it the financial newsletter industry. Can you find any numbers on that? That seems very unlikely, but maybe we can look up any public companies. Public. Oh, I guess you could always compare to Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal, maybe. Well, not really. Granted, Wall Street Journal has like some newsletters that are just finance related, but their subscription is the whole site, so it's not really good comparison. Yeah, the Motley Fool. Seeking Alpha, maybe. They're not public, any of these, I think. Fantastic. I don't know what your price should be. What I would say is start with as much as you think you can, plus 10%. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, so given what we put in our notes here, I'm going to update the styles and everything of the upsell page. Can we go ahead up and update the upsell page with this information and restyle it to be like the rest of our website, more minimalistic, less, don't put this like icon that you put at the top, like a electricity thing, and should be very professional, minimalistic, should match whether we're in dark mode or not, and update the descriptions and make the buttons even on the bottom. So right now the buttons are not horizontally aligned. So I'm attach the doc, which is I'll just paste it in. It's not really a lot of text. Okay, so we do have some numbers. The Motley Fool is 169 million a year. Oh, we have their churn. How do we have that? That's nice. Oh, Morningstar is public. Oh, we could maybe use them as a reference. Granted, it looks like they have a mix of things, but usually they segment it. Oh, Substack. That's a good comparison. Oh, that's a great comparison, actually. Okay, Substack has 50% churn. That's true. I mean, maybe one way we keep the churn under control is the portfolio tracking. Oops. These skills. Okay, cool. I like this, but let's remove this icon. Cool. So update this doc. I think Morningstar could be a good comparison. Let me look it up. So the key churn rate is the monthly churn rate. This is the one you need to replace each month. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's that's a lot of churn. So it, you know, it is what it is. You know. Yeah, you could do a discount. That's true. I mean, one thing you can maybe do here is be a little more aggressive with the pricing, I guess. Because what I'm thinking is like the portfolio tracking is the most sticky part about it. Because people love to check their portfolio in the morning. And like it's really nice to have all the stuff in one place. Because a lot of people have tons of brokerages, and it's really annoying to have to sign in over and over and over again to all these different ones. So if you get the person to enter their portfolio, maybe connect it, and you have a barrier to, if you undo the subscription or you don't renew the subscription, you can't have that experience every morning of checking it. That could be the most sticky thing, maybe. I don't know. Hey, Mr. Cammy, how's it going? Yeah, no problem. It's pretty cool. I thought it was cool that the doctor availability data was there. Good luck, bro. Any advice concerning building, hosting websites? I don't want to use vibe coding without understanding. Yeah, it's good. Just don't want to boring courses. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd say, just kind of build some stuff like prototypes but I think as far as like the security and all that stuff, there is just a little bit of kind of boring stuff, but maybe just in the beginning have fun with it, build stuff for yourself. See if you like it, right? It could be maybe you just don't enjoy building these kinds of things, in which case like maybe it's not like, but if you do have a lot of fun, and then maybe then that's when I would like put a little time to learn what you need to deploy the public. And it's not like it's like super hard stuff, I guess. It's just like you kind of don't know what you don't know, and you need to go through and make sure you understand the basics there. But yeah, if you're motivated and stuff, definitely. I think building is a great way to learn. It always has been. Before AI is like, if you want to learn programming, you build stuff. And that's a great, just studying the languages and the syntax and the tools. It's like, it's weird. It's like you're like learning about hammers, but you're not building anything. It's kind of so. Anyways, okay, so I think Substack's a good comparison. I think maybe we should do one thing. We should maybe just offer a trial. I mean, this is a very common way to do this. You offer a trial to use the product, and then it converts much more easily than trying to allow them this freemium thing and then try to convert them with extra features. It might just be we give them access for 5 days, and then you'll have most of it. And then maybe there's a higher package of a few more things. This might be a better way to convert people. Yeah, exactly, Gremlin, exactly. I think it depends, like, yeah. I mean, that's the fundamental, though. It's just like a lot of stuff, like a lot of libraries, but it's nothing like too crazy, I guess. A lot of, and then the concepts. Some of them are just kind of repeating things that happen again and again, just in different, like caching and just kind of the general ideas of flow stuff. Yeah, thanks, man. I think. Can you actually make it so it only shows the afternoon after the market close? So it should be like it should be 4 p.m. Eastern. That's when it starts showing the afternoon. A little confusing, but. What do you think, Gremlin? Do you think we should make it a trial? Like people just use it for 5 days? You can, and actually just to use the product, we'll give them maybe a demo. They have to sign up for the trial. I'd see this pattern again and again, and it seems like this is probably what we want to do. You're giving 500 credits, which is enough to make maybe 3 full tracks. Yeah. Exactly. I think people can decide pretty quickly, like, if this is for them. You know what I mean? Like, this either solves the problem that they were trying to solve or it doesn't. You know, it's like, we don't need to give tons of free stuff. We give them a little bit, maybe, but maybe the stuff that we're giving is the trial, right? And then, but we give them a good demo on the homepage and everything, and show them this is exactly what we're doing. Right now, it just doesn't really show you exactly what it is, so you have to sign up to see. Maybe there's some components of it in the future that we are like maybe some sort of the thing of like seeking alpha. That's part of their marketing, is all these articles, and a lot of it is free there, but only for a while, I suppose. Do you think we should just make this one of these products that you sign up, and in order to use it, you have to sign up for the trial, but we give a really good demo on the landing page? Let's go through the pros and cons of this. The reason I'm thinking this is because it's if we communicate what we're solving for the user, it's like a high enough value that they'll be willing to sign up for the trial. And then once they sign up for the trial, then the conversion rate like skyrockets, right? What do you think? Let's get the pros and cons. Let's create a new document of this approach. Okay, interesting, great one. But I think that's another idea, is that people can get on and they can use it for a little bit. It's kind of like a time-based thing, and then it's a trial. That's another approach, right? Instead of the trial immediately, you show the trial after maybe a time period of using it. Or right now we have credits, a credit system here. That's like there's like 3 different options, I guess. Create another doc too. There's like 3 different options. Like number 1, we show the trial immediately. Number 2, we let them use it for a certain amount of time, and then a trial. And then number 3 is this credit-based system that we currently have, which is like they can use the product. There's like tons of free stuff, but if they want the more advanced things, then they pay. So it's the freemium model. Let's go through the pros and cons of each of these and look at our site. I mean, our goal is to try to maybe do what's standard for the industry, I guess, because there's a reason why they're doing it the way they are. They've probably put a lot of research into it. And so compared to the competitors that you did in the upsell page, offer a trial to folks that leave. That's a good idea. And once their credits are gone, they leave. They get a 5-day trial. Yeah. Nope. Let's keep reading. It's kind of fun doing this. I agree for our next project, let's do a little bit more earlier on. But overall, it's fine. Okay, so see where to put it. Oh, it's still running. I guess while it's running, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Hey, Gremlin. I saw this BMAD idea. It sounds cool. I'm gonna give it a shot probably. It sounds like kind of like a more structured way for what we were doing for the planning and everything. So you got a pre-prompted analyst, researcher, project manager. Yeah, that sounds fun. We'll do it soon. I have so many things I need to try. I've been just like stacking up this list of things. Archon, this thing. Is this like I saw Andre in our Discord posted this like auto cloud thing. Looks kind of fun. They got like a ton of stars on GitHub and everything. Might be worth checking out. Sure. I want to remove this icon here. What would we put instead? Let's see what it looks like in light mode. I think you should make the pro have it should show the most. It's kind of like it's psychology there, I guess. I didn't put the chart credits. My eyes. Hey, yay, how's it going? Oh, thanks, Yusuf. It's a good idea. I guess this doesn't really count as a logo, right? Prism. I was looking at how many days it's been, and I just don't understand how the time went by like so quickly. Like, it's really strange. 19 days feels like a really long time to me. Okay, so and a banana. What should our logo be? Just a P. Okay, so we generated our docs. We're going to read them. So there's three options. Trial first, user logs in immediately, shown with the trial. But we have a really good demo on the front page, so they know what it is. Free access, then paywall after X days. Seeking alpha, I guess, is an example. I think seeking alpha is like article based, like how many articles? Yeah, article limits. And then the freemium, free tier with credits. Let's read. Oh, we should put that. Yeah, like they could start a trial, but we have a generous refund policy, which we will. They don't like it. Gets them more likely to sign up for the trial. Morningstar's trial first. Oh, Morningstar's actually trial first. Coifin trial first. Yeah, Bloomberg's like for the not really too comparable. Yeah, finance, yeah, freemium plus trial. What are we cooking? Hey Matthew, how's it going? Found this like a financial tool. It's like a newsletter. Gives you it's a customizable newsletter. This is the homepage. And you can track your portfolio and stuff. Right now we're trying to figure out what we want to do for our we want to show a trial immediately or show it after some use, some freemium. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Landing page demo. So they know what it is. And they know pretty quickly if it appeals to them. Yeah, lower costs. That's true. No viral word of mouth. Gated content doesn't rank. That's true. Yeah, that's right. That's true as well. Users will create multiple accounts. As for products where value is immediately obvious. And the option 3 is just what we're doing now, which is our credit system. It's very generous. People can just use it if they would like. We have no network effects. That is it's true. True, we do have really low costs, like a Flash model. Well, maybe not that low, but pretty low. If we keep the credits like to 5. Oh, a reverse trial. User signs up, gets 7 days of pro features. After 7 days, downgrades to freemium tier. Oh, that's a good idea, Gremlin. I wonder what they would post here. Maybe they're... What would people be interested in posting, you think? Maybe oh, this here. This is because I see this on Twitter a lot, this like sentiments thing. Maybe they might want to create a tweet with that or something. Hey, Ricardo. Yeah, well, we're doing a little more analysis exactly what we want it to look like when you sign in, how aggressive we're going to be as far as... I'm kind of thinking right now, they sign in, maybe they get... I do know for sure one thing. We want them to put in their portfolio because that's really sticky. But maybe once they put in their portfolio, we can do this reverse trial thing where it's like after some days we say, hey, the portfolio trial, you were a pro feature. Like we make it clear to them that they got the 3 days or whatever pro features, and that includes the portfolio tracking. Now you need to upgrade to continue or something like this. Maybe it could work. Which code editor are you using? I use a NeoVim for my notes, and I use a Cloud Code for editing a lot of code, and then I use anti-gravity whenever I'm editing the code manually, which is not super often, but every once in a while. I don't even have it open. I use it for design sometimes. That's true. The fact that Motley Fool and Seeking Alpha use freemium, despite being established brands, suggests that reach matters in financial content. Do a reading, sharing, building. I bet trust takes time. Financial products need longer consideration. You need to limit the total. Yep. So we do that, Ricardo. It's a great idea. We got our little credits over here. We give them 5 chat, 1 AI analysis, 0 charts. Because I figure they can see the charts on the today's brief, so they kind of got a good idea of what they could do. I'll show maybe a little demo. You gotta change this on the weekends. Yeah. Right now we did the Costa, looks pretty good, potentially, for the kind of like initial overview. We'd require a 0.37% conversion rate to break even, but it's probably going to be a percent, probably be maybe closer to 1% is kind of the guess. But we're still doing research. This cursor, this is cloud code. Also check your prompt and main repeated content on top, variable content below. Are you talking about our API usage in the app, or are you talking about cloud code? There's some sort of option to enable here. Prompt and main repeated content. Oh, are you talking about the fact that we have like content top? I do try to clear it if it's unrelated, the context like that we're sending. Do you see the log here? Because I click send. Fixing a little bug. I'm debating whether we limit the every day. It sends one morning, one afternoon. Maybe we limit some of that after a few days. But I'm a little conflicted about that because I feel like maybe we do always send the email, but maybe the customization is the part where we would say, hey, that's a paid thing. So it's a lot to think about. What else you could do. Okay, here's my thinking though. Here's my thinking on this. It's like, why do I like this thing? It's because like I was using some other things and I know immediately what the problem is. So it makes me feel like if we communicate exactly what we're doing, they might be more willing to do even though it's not an established brand, if we say, hey, we're solving this particular problem, they maybe ran into the other newsletters and we track your portfolio with full statistics and all that stuff. Maybe that's enough of a, like, we're communicating what we're doing that they'd be willing to do a trial pretty quickly. API to Gemini, so the cache can be sort of manipulated. Main prompt at top, main variables, and those prompts at the bottom. Prompt caching strategies. Interesting. How would we cache though? Because user questions will probably all be very different. They're all sending different stuff. Oh, that's not true. They might ask like, how's the market doing today? Maybe we could cache some of that stuff. Just because your pricing strat, I think you can charge more on the bottom and flatten out the middle. Yeah, it's a interesting. I guess right now my pricing strat is just to, I mean, just one element of it so far has been to have one higher package that kind of anchors so the lower prices look cheaper by comparison, and then I just want to offer good value, I guess. What other things can we do? Ricardo, you're saying we can maybe make it so the lowest pricing is like kind of higher, and then the middle one is like a little bit higher, so that way maybe there's a component of that too, not just the higher. Let me pull it up here. Oh, I fixed it. Good. Because the bug before it would send it even though that's good. Yeah, we're working on here. I'm working on a investments tool for gives you a cool customized newsletter and portfolio tracking. $20 requires the same level of effort as 35. True, but your prompt to the model to get a response is the same structure, right? As instructions, those instructions are tokens in. Yeah, exactly. So you're saying we can like somehow cache the system prompts and all that stuff? Like whenever the user is sending it, it's sending the system prompt and like some portfolio preferences and things like that. We can say there's some sort of flag we can put in to cache that stuff or something. Interesting. Newly graduated CS student. I try not to use AI tools in my projects. Slows me down a bit. A good ratio to get help from AI tools. I'd say learn the foundational stuff. Try to, some of the good thing about like some of the things you'll learn in classes is a lot of those are foundational, so they probably won't change too much. Like, learning how caching works. A lot of it's that, that kinds of stuff, that's never going to change, right? Like people are always going to be caching to speed up, an optimization and, system design stuff. Another thing that's probably not going to change anytime soon. So I guess when you're learning, just know that it's probably like if you're using AI, probably for just some syntax, but you should over time you'll probably pick up the syntax. If you're for your classes, you got a lot of you probably write on paper. I bet we did for our tests, so you'll probably learn the syntax naturally through that. But definitely the foundational concepts are important. Probably what I would focus on, if that makes sense. That's my take on it. The most important pop-up. Hey Matt, how's it going? Welcome back. Email sees open router, tells you what was cached and the actual inferences. Interesting. Huh. I just don't even understand how that works. How do you cache before you get to them? Like if I'm sending this whole message and I'm sending it to Gemini, how is it like caching a part of it? It doesn't. I guess I don't really even understand. But I believe you. I just don't. I want to look into it. That's what I'm saying. Open router caching, prompt caching. Yeah, let's read this a little bit because I'm kind of curious. Thanks for the good ideas, Gremlin. But I'm kind of wondering, can I cache part of the prompts? I don't have to cache the whole prompts. Like, because I'm thinking if I'm caching the whole prompt, that'll be a little... We could do that. I'm going to plug in this page and ask. I don't see the answers to these questions. This is the open router prompt caching section. I'm wondering, can we cache just part of a prompt that we're sending in? Or is it kind of like you just say, hey, I'm going to cache this prompt, the whole thing, and then I'm probably going to get the same response back in the future? Called KV caching. Is like the AI taking notes as it goes instead of rereading everything. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. That's cool. Oh, it's kind of like reusing what we said earlier instead of constantly putting it back in. That's the intended use case. Okay, gotcha. So it caches the prefix. That's cool. Can we do that with the Gemini API, or do we have to use Open Router? Where's Dio? I'm here. 64 time. Oh, you said not a CS student. Sorry, I misread that. I thought you said you are. Sorry. Oh, this is another question. Never mind. Both the front end, back end as well. Gotcha. I maybe look up some videos, talk to AI, probably get pretty good advice on that kind of stuff. Okay, interesting. So we can do it with, there's a part of the SDK the generative AI, we can use the caching there. So we could go ahead and implement that to save a little bit of cost. So that'd be probably just our system prompts and the user data we're sending in. Okay, let's get back to the... Yeah, right. It doesn't hurt, right? A equals slashed. We generally read through and see if it makes sense. So it gives us all the calculations. So we can just reason about it. Oh, you're right. We could potentially make some mistakes. We're relying on our own knowledge to review what it said. Oops. Like, for example, earlier it said 2,500 tokens. We thought that wasn't quite right, as an example. So, anyways. That's the stock here. So I'm going to ask a few questions. I'm trying to find my other window. Here it is. Wait until you're almost 40. It won't feel that long anymore. That was a while ago. Yeah. Anyone who relies on knowledge is being informed by a fool. I'm kind of thinking that I'm right now. I'm debating a few things. Number one, should we offer infinite today's brief? I get that it's like super low cost per user because it's just we are sending a lot of the same stuff for people. But what's the pros and cons of? And you don't have to make this a document, but of not making that a paid thing. Like maybe they get 2 example emails or maybe 4 for 2 days, morning and afternoon. Versus we just keep it free, that email newsletter. And the paid stuff is more in the platform. When you're considering in an application what to make paid versus not paid, is the general principle whatever the highest value is to the user, that should be the paid feature? How do you find like a line though? Like how should you reason about it? Where's the line between because let's say you only provide the user kind of things that are like whatever, it's not super interesting, then they're not really sold on the platform. So it sounds like you need to at least give them something free that is pretty useful if you're doing a freemium model. That's true. I mean, there's a reason why I get all this stuff in the mail, right? It's like sort of like reminding them that this product exists. I don't pay to get stuff in my email generally. Free daily brief, paid daily brief. Right, okay. There's a lot of pros in favor. That makes a lot of sense. Habit formation. You read it every morning. You're reminded of this brand's. It's low cost. Okay. I think that all makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, Matt. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Talking a long time. Matt, um, that's what I was thinking too. Trial might be the highest conversion rate, even if it's going to limit how many users are using this. Maybe that's how we want to go. But I'm still debating it. I'm thinking maybe we offer some public, kind of like when we post on Twitter, these graphs, these charts. That's kind of like us advertising what you can do with it. And you do this on a lot of places. Maybe you do it on Seeking Alpha, you do it here, you do it there. That's probably gonna take a really long time though to market that. You know, that's not gonna be a 30-day thing. Like you have to grow these Twitter accounts and grow this. It's gonna be like a long haul of trying to build that credibility. Thought Flash was cheap. I'm not saying it's expensive. Flash is pretty cheap. Oh, you're talking. Gotcha. Yeah, Gemini 3 Flash is pretty cheap. Gemini 2.5 Flash is a little cheaper. It works actually, so we could switch it back to, but it's not like it's not too bad. But I agree, like you can start with a scrapping model and then always blow it out later. Start high and lower the price in the future. That's a pretty good idea. You know what? Maybe we do that, right? It's hard to go the opposite direction. Like, let's say we make it all free Isn't it a little harder to, or make a lot of it free, and then we go keep raising prices and we block out more and more things, versus like at the beginning everything's blocked out by trial? Maybe not everything. Maybe they get a few days. Okay, here's the reasoning. Your paid values in the platform: chat, AI analysis, chart generation. That's what's hard to replicate. A morning brief is table stakes. I suppose that's true. It's not really hard to make that. It takes like, that's not where we spent the majority of our time, is making these little emails. Email is your distribution. List drives platform visits. Platform converts to paid. Gating the email breaks the funnel. Morning Brew proved this. They built a 75 million exit on free daily emails. Value was the audience, not the subscription. Well, that kind of makes sense, actually. You're building an audience. Once you have an audience that is signed up, that is value that you're creating in and of itself. So why would you keep that? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm pretty sold on keeping the emails free and the brief free. I think that sort of makes a lot of sense. They were like free million years ago. It's true. You have capital. Just charge for services. Matt, what do you think about this email thing, though? I mean, like, it's true. Like, if you build a big enough audience, email list, people, all these people opted in. Isn't that value that you've created that potentially you could sell? It's like any other form. It's any other thing, right? You have a Twitter audience, you have whatever, right? It's the same sort of thing. You've created some value that someone might be interested. And if you make that paid, then you really can't build any audience. It's the same like getting a plumber. They don't have free tier. That's true. Put a timer on the site, like 5. I like make noise. It makes noises. It's like siren. Maybe unless they pay, within one day we nuke their account. Like all your stuff will be deleted. There's the value of, look how many people I'm gathering data from in this site. Yes, I suppose that's true. I don't think you can sell that email list. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, right, Matt. I guess you're right there. I suppose it's not really selling. Wait, can you really not sell? Oh, no, you can't sell an email list. But can't you sell places in the email? Like, let's say, you're sending out an email every morning. Could you not sell like a spot that would be sponsored? I guess that's what I mean. You can't sell an email list because that's obviously personal data. But as far as like you have an audience, that's kind of what I was talking about. And you're sending out an email. In theory, isn't that I mean, this is what it says here. The value was the audience. But it's a different kind of, you can sell a Twitter account. You can sell, if you have an, but you can't sell like overall. Granted, if someone buys the company, you are in essence selling the email list. No, that's kind of the same thing. If you build a company, you have an email list. If you sell it, in a way, you've sold the email list. Like you don't have to, anyways, yeah. WSJ uses that model of paid ads in the emails. Oh, gotcha. Hey, thanks, Ricardo. So maybe that's another reason to make this free. I think I'm feeling the free thing for the emails at least. You can publish aggregate data, like 35% of our users read our daily brief. From EU laws, it's all about intent of storing PII. Right. Yes, every place is different, I suppose. Obviously, it's not my intent to sell emails, but I'm just talking about like if you're building value. There's potential options for monetization, right? Like you're putting in maybe sponsored for the emails, spots, something like this. Bonus credits if you use a work email. Yeah, right. I think you'd have to be really big to get like a lot of money from the ad spots on an email. Granted, you know, you do have to consider ads for people in finance and software. That's the highest category, like that's the highest paying category. So it's a very in-demand audience. So you probably don't need a lot to make at least something. Anyways, I think we can move on. I think for now we're gonna keep the daily brief free. And now the next question is about our portfolio tracking. Now let's talk about our portfolio tracking. Right now we have assets, performance, portfolio performance. The question is, right now we have credits for, you know, the research tab and the AI analysis of the portfolio, but we're not gatekeeping anything in the portfolio stats page. Let's get the pros and cons of both. I think I'm not going to say anything else because I just want to read a more objective, because I could bias it if I say this is what I think. Are those actual payment plans? Yeah, we have it all set up, the Stripe. It's just in test mode. I just need to flip a toggle, but it's all there. So assuming someone pays, they got the stuff. I think real estate is the highest. Oh, is real estate the highest? I thought it was real estate's ads versus. I don't see anything, but it's possible. Regardless, it's one of the highest. I'm sorry if I said the highest. I'm not totally sure if it's the highest, but it's definitely like one of the highest. These are very valuable professionals. Portfolio tracking free, asset performance free. Stickiness, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's true. And that's true. There's a lot of services that do offer it for free. Granted, they don't really have the stats that I want. Do Yahoo and Google Finance, do they actually offer like purchase dates and they give you like sharp ratios and everything though? They actually give you all the statistics that you need. Look at our statistics here. Does anyone offer? Granted, let's just see. I'll just plug in some things. I know Google Finance, you can do the purchase dates and things. I'm sure, oops. What? 205. It's funny. put a year 205. Okay. Like these particular stats, like how you're performing against benchmarks and things like this. Next app, an AI that sells your house for you. Yes. I think Zillow lost a lot of money. They were trying to do that with AI, where they were like buying and selling houses based on what they predicted the value would be. They stopped doing it. Hey Max. Yeah, I probably will keep portfolio tracking free. Maybe over a certain amount of holdings we could do, but I'm not sure we would want to do that. So I'm going to remove this one here. And let's reorder the defaults here. I forgot to do that yesterday, but I have it saved in the other. Just made a chat feature, added tools. Nice. Cool. Yeah, so you're adding some similar things to us. Sign into the admin. That's cool. Yeah, it's kind of like similar to what we're doing, where we have these are kind of like tools. It's like we're attaching the data and generating charts. Okay, so let's go ahead and set these as defaults. Can we go ahead and set this as the default for the morning brief? Like these should be the default order, the default order. Eh. What? Why in the world does iTerm want to access my photo library? It's weird. Nice. Yeah. A lot of windows open. Wait, what's share site? I haven't seen these before. Oh, that'd be a good one to look at. Oh yes, this is exactly what kind of what we're thinking. Connect your accounts. Oh yeah, connect your portfolios. Cool. That's kind of good. Some validation there. Checks. Cool, they have the Sharpe ratio and everything. Look at their pricing. So okay. What does that mean? Custom groups. Email alerts. Benchmarking. See, that's what we're doing. We're doing the benchmarking stuff. Yeah, I definitely said no. I have no idea why iTerm was asking for my photo library. It's a little weird. Maybe it's because I attached the photo. I attached this image, but I've attached a lot of images. Didn't do that before, so not really sure. Kind of weird, but it's probably nothing nefarious. Just some bug or something. Default morning brief. Cool. So I changed the order there. I'm gonna commit. You also managed to add the graph similar to yours. Yeah, Max, the AI, I noticed, I think yours did something similar, right? This kind of cool animation. I kind of like it. I'm keeping it for now. We'll maybe change it one day to Trading View. Give it another branch. Have you checked Qualtrim? I haven't seen Qualtrim yet. Let me look it up. Qualtrim. Oh, cool. That's kind of similar. Okay, get AI-powered stock analysis, DCF calculators. This might be worth checking out. This is a comparison. So $10 a month, 7-day. Let's see how they do it, actually. This is a good comparison. So if I do get started, do they even have a free option? Let me do this over here. They do not. So in order to do this, this is what I was thinking. It's like, just jumps right into the trial, and you just try to communicate with the demo what.
Qualtrim makes investing simple. First, you have the Insights page, which shows you balance sheet and revenue broken down by segment. For Google, for example, we can see the amount of Waymo margins and profit margins. Scroll down for particularly tons of different watch lists, and for each one of them, you have the dip finder, companies reporting earnings after transcripts for every company on a cash flow calculator. You can look at
Yeah, we can do all this stuff if we want.
Weighting over time, and even generate AI analysis on your current holdings, providing you feedback.
Cool. Thanks for sending this to me. It's kind of similar. How big is this site? Qualtrim reviews. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what we're doing with the tweets. Just tweet a bunch of charts. People, what these guys are doing, they're tweeting about the 13F stuff. So they just find what other people own and tweet some charts. These are their charts, right? And they put their little watermark. Similar. Okay, that's cool. Well, it's kind of good that someone else is doing a similar kind of strategy, I guess. With their Twitter, I mean, as well. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Gremlin, actually. But these guys have 15,000 followers. So I think that's we could try to do that. It's promoted by Joseph Carlson, YouTuber. I guess that's one strategy. You pay for some influencer or something. We'll try at the beginning not to do that though, because I don't know how much that might cost a lot of money. Flywheel going on, tell Cloud to find out where they are posting, track their marketing footprint. Yeah, definitely. Definitely this, we should maybe put a little Twitter thing. And we need to clean up how this looks, I think, but anyways. I'm gonna bookmark this site though. We'll check it out later too, because it might be worth actually starting the free trial just to try out their service. Wait, they have a Patreon as well. What? I thought that's for like YouTubers. Why does this site have a Patreon? Creators, I mean. Interesting. Qualtrim Patreon. Oh, I see. This Joseph Carlson guy, he's the guy he's like a YouTuber or something, right? Or some show. And oh yeah, it's YouTube. And he created this tool and he promotes it. But he has a Patreon too, I think, for himself or something. So that's why it's on the site. I'm gonna look at his YouTube. So, I mean, this is kind of like how he's marketing it, right? He's like making a bunch of videos.
Welcome back, everyone. Today on the Joseph Carlson.
And he's using the platform in his videos.
And another $20,000 and this portfolio is Google, which is a $114,000 position with 40 a combination 3 years. The governments in India, a part of the billions of India investors promote around well machine.
Kind of makes sense. You just make a bunch of videos because people can see what the platform is really easily. That's how you can just make it a trial.
Welcome back, everyone. Giorgio the same theme all the time. He needs to have.
Oh. It's a good idea. Yeah, Gremlin. I mean, these guys probably put a lot of research into it. So, like, signing up, checking out the product. There were two. There was this Qualtrim site and then this other one, Share site. So I'll bookmark this too. It's kind of similar. I think these guys offer it for free for a little bit. Let's check. Yeah, they got so free one portfolio. Just push it to your website again if you want to check it out. Yeah. Here as well from YouTube, Discord as well. Makes sense. It's a good find for sure. I'll look at okay, so on our upsell page, we're gonna change. Let me connect here. Oh, I'm in my admin, that's why. Hold on. Oh, Stock Rover. Hold on, let me look at this one. I'll bookmark this one as well before we continue. This is Stock Rover. Stock screener. Can I use it for free? It looks like it's this one's guarded also, I think. Probably a trial. I'm gonna try it. Oh yeah, cause so when you sign in, you have a free trial for looks like 2 weeks. Okay, so it's like what we read. This is one of the options. You give them a free trial of the premium version, and then you downgrade them. And it's pretty old style. That's saying, okay, so you have you got your holdings. It's kind of looks like got your folders and stuff. That's kind of neat. You can kind of go through folders of different types of companies. Yeah, yeah. I think to me this is kind of I describe it as functional though. Like it's I kind of like the folder idea for the navigation. It's obviously old looking, but maybe that's what they're going for. I don't know. Probably it was just made a long time ago, but Okay, so you go through their research section, and then you hit the research subscription. A little weird. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm supposed to be full screen for this site or something. So all their screeners they put behind a premium, which is kind of, you know, that you can get. There's some really good screeners. I mean, they're totally free, so I don't know what you pay, but I guess, you know, it's the collection of everything together. Got some charts, I guess. I didn't really see any like the in-depth statistics stuff. I didn't really see any of that for your portfolio. So a little insight. Yeah. Oh, cool. This is another one. I'll bookmark it, but looks like an old Java app. Yeah, for sure. For my models, I'm using GPT OSS. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna add the portfolio tracking and we're gonna blur the numbers. Mine this the Sharp ratio, max drawdown, this kinds of thing. That extra layer of statistics will lock. And I think we'll lock any connecting of accounts with Plaid. So that'll be, actually one will be free. We'll make one free. Any additional ones, that's what we'll lock. So we'll do similar to that other site. I think that makes some sense. Because them attaching one is sticky, so that's good. So go ahead and update our upsell doc. Okay, let's fix a few things, I think. This morning brief that we worked on yesterday. So right now, if you run the morning, like if I run as an admin, on Saturday or Sunday, it's generating the brief based on the prior day. I think what we should do, you don't need to correct the button, but if the user logs in on the weekend, it should just default to that Friday before. So basically for the navigation on the today's brief, it's only gonna be weekdays. And when they click the mini calendar, all the weekends will be blurred out. I mean, blanked out. If they log in on Sunday, again, it's also going to show the Friday today's brief morning and afternoon. So free tier. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, we didn't put the free tier, so now we have that. Unlimited manual portfolio trackings. Sure. I'll put here. We do have to put in the costs of what that would be. We're going to plug that in with our doc so we can get the right numbers for how much we should give them for these. It's in quotes because it's rate limited, I guess, but we have to actually see if that makes sense. This is the Flash model, so. Oops. Sometimes I accidentally press U. Oh yeah, good point, Gremlin. Is a good point, actually. Because someone that logs in be like, what the heck? What does that even mean? The reason why we separate it is because the chart generations is a lot more intensive than the chats. The chats is just like you talking to the default model. So maybe we just rename it like data attachments. It's still a little confusing, right? We could rename it, I guess. We just have to kind of communicate what that means if someone's not familiar. But you're right. We should maybe try to come up with. I'm gonna ask the AI to come up with some ideas. Maybe we could unify it some way that would make sense. Take a look at this doc. And this cost stock that we made. I'm gonna go. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. So I'm gonna keep this open. I want to verify that the numbers make sense for the upsell, like how many credits, chat generations, and the historical back testing stuff. Also, after you've done that, the second thing, is there any way we could, let's see, Gremlin actually give, so give folks X credits than what they are doing, just costs Y amount of their credit. Oh, yes. Yes. This makes a lot of sense. You give them credits, some cost more, some cost less. You just tell them how much each costs. Makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Gremlin. So instead of this, we just say they have 300 credits, 300 AI generation. We could just call it 300 chat credits, right? Chat credits. And then whenever we'll just put somewhere whenever they're generating some stuff, how much it subtracts. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Answers. Per week. Maybe we should say per month, right? Because that's a bigger number. So please note that the chart generations, it's going to cost 10 credits, and just the normal chats, they'll cost 1 credit. So you're going to need to look at roughly how many credits tokens we're going to be using in the chart generations. It's going to be quite a bit more. I wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe even... It could be even 10x more tokens. I don't know. Maybe 10,000 to 15,000 per question. Maybe even 20, I'm not sure. But take a look at this file and try to figure it out. So right now, last time we ran our morning brief, I had this very brief, I mean, I guess it's called a morning brief, but should be a little bit more in detail. It should be like a paragraph, you know. 4 sentences, but the sentences should, you know, incorporate the news, a little bit of the news, a little bit of this. I like what you included here, but it should just be a little bit more reading material. But it shouldn't be any fluff though. It should be still very condensed. So it just needs to change the LLM prompt for that one. When I worked on marketing, I need a number. We just asked for was a day's work. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's you know, it just takes a while. I think even with cloud, right? You still have to do the research, and I mean, we're not even done, right? There's plenty of stuff to look at, and we'll do that for the next some days. It's the next step. Fix a few more things, get things set up. Looks like resend is working now. Let's see if the test email sends the afternoon's brief yet. Okay, great, it does. So this is today's brief email. We're gonna change it so the styles match. This should be called the evening brief, I guess. I think we'll keep it though. The evening one will be today's brief, and then the morning is the morning brief. So it looks like with all the changes we made, we broke the charts, and we need to reflect our new changes, which is that this is gonna be a lot less wordy. We don't include the questions anymore, so we'll fix all that as well. We'll add some of the new things we've added on the web page to the email. I did not hallucinate and present BS. Yeah, that's true. It can't really depend too much. You have to do some of the research. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like, I bet, you know, when you actually present it, you need to really do the validation. Like, we're taking a more probabilistic approach of like, I'm like 90% sure this is true, but I would not present it what we've done thus far. There's nothing like the costs and everything you'd actually need to run through it, and that takes at least 50% of the effort, but probably more. Because you need to find it yourself. Get the sources maybe though. Hey, Muda, how's it going? Thanks, man. Okay, cool. I ran the tests. Yeah, that looks quite a bit better. If you notice, the email is now inconsistent with what we store. I mean, what the sections are in the... We updated all of the sections, so there's a lot more things. We need to make an email version of all of them. Also, if you notice, for the what history says section where we have all those questions, we redesigned it so it's just like the image. Right now the image doesn't work on the email version, so we broke that at some point. But yeah, redesign it in the same way that the brief looks like on the page. Our goal with the what history says changes is we were making it less wordy, so please make sure to reflect those changes. And go ahead and add, you know, the pre-market futures and all that stuff, you know, all those categories for the new ones. I already said that, but I think he gets it now. You're pretty much winging it, to be fair now. You can make sure there are marketing folks crapping themselves right now looking at this. I see. Yeah, well, you know, I'm not going to be offended, so just feel free to tell me if you feel like, hey, you're BSing this. Sometimes I feel like I'm being reasonable, but, you know, it's pretty easy to live in delusions, especially if you're working on your own thing like this. Because, you know, you want it to be true. So, anyways, yeah, feel free to always tell me if you feel like, hey, and you have, I think. I think, okay, where is the most likely place that I'm living in delusions? Probably the Twitter thing. It's going to be extremely hard to grow the Twitter based on just charts, right? You're going to need to be very creative. Those people, all those people that grew those Twitters and they have those, all these people liking their charts and their data, they did it for years probably, and they did a lot of things probably to grow to there. So it's not just posting the charts that grew the Twitter, right? Hey, Bash Tony, how's it going? But ultimately, you know, my skill level in marketing is virtually zero. So I acknowledge that. Like, how much skill do I have in this area? I mean, I've done some things in the past, but most of it's just based on anecdotal things, my experiences. So that's partly what we're going to be doing, maybe, is figuring out how to what we need to know, right? And maybe you guys can help me sometimes if you notice something. I'd say pricing stuff needs you doing it. Way too important to get a grip of the costs, but building, well, you do have an app now. I suppose that's true. So I think basically your opinion here is like we've done too much winging it on the costs. We need to spend more time really nailing down what this should be. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Because you're right. What did we do? We basically said what maybe makes sense for each package, but I'm totally with you as far as like really feeling conclusive about what this should be. The answers are I don't have a lot of like conviction, I should say, in both what we've done here and the pricing. So I guess what I'll say to that is that we're definitely going to do a lot more. This is my kind of initial version. And I'm not saying that this is what it's going to be yet. I think what we need to do is probably look at those other websites for longer, see how they priced it. We saw some were doing like $9.99 a month, some were doing this, some were doing that. We're obviously pricing a bit higher than them. So we have to feel like that's justified. So a lot of things to consider for sure. By the way, why are you not running the update? I usually do. If I see something on Twitter where they say they updated something important, and then I'll upgrade. But otherwise, I don't really see a reason if it's working pretty well. Like yesterday, we upgraded because it was really glitchy because they pushed something that made it so the rendering was different. So then we upgraded to fix what they broke. So I'm not saying that's common, but yeah. I guess if it's working, I usually keep it until I see a good update, and then I will update. Cool. So I made the changes to the email. Let's go ahead and trigger the test email. You go ahead and trigger the test email again, the evening and the today's brief and the morning brief again. We're going to look at it. Okay, cool. So this is good. It defaulted to the the Friday. And if I click, I can't click the weekends. So that's the right behavior. I should be able to still click. Oh, no, never mind. Let me just make sure if I go to the Friday before, yeah, it goes to Monday. Perfect. I see. It's usually like Christmas for me when I update these programs. Yeah. Yeah, I guess let's look at the change log. Let's see if there's anything. I mean, they're definitely good. Don't get me wrong. Upgrade. This is we probably have this one maybe. I got a theme. I never saw this command. Oh. Cool. Yeah, it looks like a lot of bugs and things. So far, we haven't had any of these, so probably upgrade later, I guess, because we're working on this at the moment. Cool. So let's check the email. So it gets cut off. Let's fix that. Let's see, does it work in full page? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so it's a really simple one. Let me look at the evening one. I don't know if it added everything. The test just sent 2 morning briefs. I think it's because it's sent probably December 20th and Saturday. Something like this. Is that why? Let's not correct anything. I guess it makes sense, right? We're not going to be sending any emails. Well, I think what you should do is make it, if I send the test emails on Saturday, because I'm going to be, when I'm testing, it should just send the Friday one. We're installing Windows. Nice. Also, oops, don't commit this. Also, when I click the regenerate buttons at the bottom, generates today's brief, generate morning brief, make it, if I'm doing it on a Saturday or Sunday, it's regenerating the Friday one. So it'll delete the Friday one, just regenerate it, because that's what I'll be testing. Don't really want to test it on Saturday and Sunday. By the way, with the questions, if you put a user's question at the top and instructions at the bottom, you'll never get cache hit. Interesting. Okay, you're talking about from before when you're talking about that caching. I have to put the instructions at the top. Okay, gotcha. The prompt, and then it will cache. That's good to know. I think we would have already done that by default, because I think we do attach the system prompt first, but I'm not totally sure. Hey, Ennistown, how's it going? Do I want to make this edit? Yes. I mean, okay, for a marketing strategy, right? We have another option that we discovered today, which is what this guy has done. This Joseph fellow. Let me pull it up here. So he's made a series of YouTube videos. Let me go back, get the YouTube video. We could run a little experiment, maybe. So he's made all these videos where he's like showing off the platform, and then he has his Patreon, and I'm assuming this is the main content. Yeah, I'm assuming like these videos are the main content that's driving the traffic to his platform. We can maybe try doing something like this. Like we'll just create a separate YouTube channel and promote it that way. I don't know if I'll be creating the videos on stream. Probably not. I don't think people would be super interested in that, but I would show what I make off stream. And we'll see if it works, I guess. So let's add that maybe to our list of things that we can do. So marketing. This is content ideas for the charts on Twitter and etc. I mean, there is a room for, I think, just funny ideas, because I remember hearing the story about the Airbnb people, the founders. They made a cereal. That's how they started getting people trying the platform. So, I mean, who knows? Just a bunch of weird ideas could be interesting, as long as it gets eyeballs. Anyways, So, other ideas. I think I've wrote this a few times with the Hacker News thing. Twitter charts. Seeking alpha articles with watermarks and charts. And then YouTube. Joseph Carlson finance videos using platform. And it's going to be a call center stream. Oh god. That'd be kind of funny. Like turns into a sales. Learn how to sell. I mean, there's always Reddit. And then the AppSumo stuff, which I think we put in another doc, but it was bigger. And then Product Hunt. Do a full hour of showing off the app and explaining, make it look good. Yes. And use the tool to cut into 1 minute vids, just mini derivatives. That's a really good idea, Gremlin. I guess we can use our little, we can maybe work on our lazy AI tool. Probably change the name of that, but that we're working on day 5, day 6. Repurpose that a little bit. We have a best of compilation, but it's not very good yet. So we have to work on it some more. Okay, it sent another one, I think. I'm going to take a look what the email looks like now. So it removed the charts because it's having a bug where the pictures aren't rendering at the moment. So I'm asking you 2 things. Number 1, for the morning brief, let me send you a screenshot of what it looks like. It's getting cut off, the sector performance, and then take a look at the market mood. It looks a little weird. Make sure everything's ordered there. I kind of want to do like a more visual thing, kind of like similar to the pendulum. So I was wondering, could we take a, how could we go about that? Let's ideate first. Not just a bunch of numbers. It should feel like a newsletter, you know, like you're reading a bit. And also I don't see the news in here. It only has the, oh, here it is, never mind. The last part. And I think it's missing some other things. Let's take a look. Notable movers. Also include the notable movers. For the evening brief, it's missing some things too, like the sector performance, some other things. So make sure to go through both of these components. Make sure you have everything. I'm going to attach the files. I think we called it afternoon brief, or it was an evening brief. I think it's doing the thing where it's not attaching, which is kind of an annoying bug. So I'm going to restart. There it is. So sometimes if you're using cloud, you'll notice it's not able to find the file. And that usually I fix it with a restart. What I was talking about here is the email. So I'm talking about making the email in sync with what's on the page. I'm gonna regenerate the. I gotta sign out to get my admin account. Oh yeah, go ahead and add that so I can delete the brief by date. Regenerative. No, don't do that. That's a bad idea. That won't work. So this is what it says currently. Basically, if it's Saturday or Sunday, it should, when I regenerate, they'll just regenerate Fridays. That's basically it, right? It'll use the market data from Friday, which will be the same as today because it hasn't updated over the weekend. Also, yeah, do this. Also change the style. It should match kind of the. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and create a plan. In this plan, include all the things you just said. And the next thing is currently the charts in the email for the evening brief don't show up. The images don't show up. So we have to figure out what happened. We broke that at some point. And we're going to remove the questions because the questions are way too long. It's more of a show, don't tell thing. Someone said that before. Go ahead and create the implementation doc, put it in the docs under email redesign folder. And it should be called implementation plan. By the way, when you quit an Anthropic shell, it tells you how many tokens cached compared to. Interesting. That's cool. I guess I don't really think about that because I have the subscription. So I'm just like send. That probably affects the performance a little bit too. Okay. While we wait for stuff, let's just continually think about the pricing. I think that's a good use of time. Let's go ahead and put that other doc that we have in notes in this this area. So I'm going to move the marketing. Yeah, the API plan is pretty expensive really quickly for me. I paid like $20 in like a couple hours or something. I didn't realize at first. The next thing is the pricing. I'm going to take a look at those sites again. Let's get it all listed out here. So let's create a new doc. All the, we'll call it competitors. I'll feature Billionaire front. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, you too. Have a great working day. Marketing, upsell, competitors. I'm gonna put all these here. Share site. I'm sure there's some open source stuff that we could look at too, out of curiosity. Now that you have your own app deployed and competitors get the model to dig up more like it. Yes, that's 3 examples. Yeah, we're going to dig in a lot more for sure, I think. The first step is the pricing, what features they offer. We'll start with these 3. And then we're going to try to figure out how our pricing fits into what they've done. Also, who's their target demographic? How are they marketing it? It's a lot of things I have to look into. So I think what we'll do for the next few days is like, as we're generating, especially more simple things, fixing bugs and things like this. While we're waiting, we'll work on these docs and build a good understanding of how we're going to proceed. What is the most pain in the ass thing about vibe coding? I'd say if you don't pay attention, at some point your code base will get too complex and you won't be able to do anything. Like, it's very easy to make rapid progress in the beginning, but you do need to plan a bit. When you start, it starts to get more complex because you'll get stuck at some point. And the way you'll know you'll get stuck is every time you ask it to do something, it'll either fail or break other things or just do something weird. And you'll be like, oh, the model's getting worse. It's like, no, it's just a lot of moving parts now. Ditched VS Code, said Vim, now use Helix editor. Cool. No AI at all. Interesting. Well, yeah, everyone has their own workflow, so if that works for you. Yes, that's for sure. If you're doing anything kind of complex after a while, you need to do like this planning approach where you plan it out first, create tests. And you can use AI to create the tests and help you with the planning. That's what I do, and iterate on the planning. And then I use the AI to implement it. And that usually works better. But I still, especially for the harder stuff, I read the code because not all of it, but a good portion of it to make sure it's not doing stupid things that will cause problems later. I'm going to ask, you still like the AI completions, but they, interesting. Offers some useless. Gotcha. Damn, that sucks. Huh. One thing that I would want for the auto completions. Okay, so I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, why don't I go the auto completions route where I'm creating the files and then I write the functions and then auto complete it? And the reason I don't do that is because I feel like I can't pass in like all the files and the context for what I'm doing in the auto completion easily. Like I can put in the comments, boom, boom, my prompts. Here's the context of what this function is real quick. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe that already exists and I just don't know what the tool is to do that. Or I can easily put in all my docs, my implementation plan docs in the prompts right in line there, like super low friction for that quick autofill, if that makes sense. And I'm sure that probably, that there's a good chance that exists, I guess. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, but it's like, you know, you make these planning docs, right? I want to be able to attach files to the auto completion. I don't want to have to like give it the whole context of what I'm doing for the auto completion. Like I have to like write the whole prompts every time I'm doing one. I want to just keep passing in this doc and yeah. I feel like if I could do that, like quickly do these prompts with the autofill, like then maybe I would prefer that for the harder stuff. When like these connecting the data and all that stuff, that was very tricky. And the first write of that was really bad. Not, we should have. So that was kind of like a learning thing. Apparently, you can ask the AI, "Show me where the logic happens." Just take you to it instantly. Okay. Sometimes I get distracted. So these things here, we're going to ask questions about. I'm going to start with an AI filling some things in. And what I'm going to ask it to fill in is the features it provides, and I'm going to validate that. But I'm going to do the pricing because I don't really trust it to get the up-to-date information. Can you go ahead and fill in the features for each of these in a nice looking chart? What we're wondering is, do they have this tracking here on this page? I'm going to plug in our tracking. And then our key features. Oops. And then we're also going to plug in some open source things because I think there are some open source. Let's take a look at these stats. We track this. The other features we provide are the customizable newsletter and the research where you can do historical backtests and generate charts. Those are our features. Like that's our list of features there. So this chart's going to be kind of like for each, you're going to compare and contrast what we have, what they have, and then what they have that we don't have for each of these competitors. If you could also just put in what their subscriptions are, I'm going to validate it, but packages are. Also put in how they're doing the pricing, whether it's a trial immediately versus you get some free stuff and then you pay, versus a reverse trial where you get the free thing and then you pay after 2 weeks. I mean, you get the pro feature. So this is a little bit of a test because I'm going to see, because we actually know the answers to these questions, the last part. So I'm just curious if it's going to get the right results. And if it is, then I'll trust it a little more in the future for this particular thing. This particular type of question. Because I'm just curious if it will actually get the up-to-date stuff about these kind of niche sites. They're a little niche, not super big. You're building an extension using vibe coding. Nice. That's fun. So you're not removing it, you're modifying it to be what it currently is on the today's brief page, which is it just has the image and a little bit of a explanation. Just take a look at what it is on the evening brief. I'll attach the file. So update the plan with that. Now what you need to know about code to start vibe coding, you can just like open the editor and have fun with it, prototype, and see if you like it. You'll learn over time. If you're building kind of, especially if you're deploying to public, you'll need to know some things. But if you're just having fun with it, you don't need to know much. You can just ask your questions. It'll generate some stuff. It's very visual, depending on what you're building, of course. But I'd probably learn before deploying it to the public. Some of the things, but it's worth trying, right? Maybe you like it. I like the process. Create a static, pendulum. We already have it, so. So we already have the pendulum here. What you need to do here is, in this plan, you need to build the list of files that have what we need. And then you need to adapt it to what it's going to be in the email. So let's go ahead and develop kind of an architecture that makes sense for that, right? It's like you're like mapping what's in our web version to the email version. So maybe we just create a list of files to do that, some sort of mapping files, because we just want this to be a maintainable thing that we can easily, as we make new components, we can create a little mapper to the email. And so adapt the plan to this. How do you have two things that are 100% of your portfolio? This is not my real portfolio. I'm just putting in sample data. I'm just for testing. Okay. Let's see if it updated this doc, some things. Looks like no. It's because I didn't click yes. Didn't say 50. Oh, gotcha. Let me see. Oh, I think it's because when I generated this AI portfolio insight, I only had Tesla. So it put Tesla in these two categories. So if I regenerate this, I imagine it'll reflect that I'll have this now instead of Tesla. Oh. That's really annoying. Somehow it's sent commit these backend changes. Did I accidentally press enter? So weird. That must be the autofill, something cloud. What the hell, bro? This happened twice. This one's probably fine. This one's probably fine too. Okay, cool. So these are fine, but still. I don't know how that happened. So if I create a repo for my project, should I commit every single change I make? For me, what I do is whenever I have a good set of changes, I try to commit pretty often because you can always go back, you know. Once you commit, you can always go back to a prior place. If you accidentally break something going forward, you can just undo all of these and start from here. So it's helpful to have that. So if you commit often, usually if it's I commit when it's not breaking, right? It's working. That's probably the rule there. Cloud code be like, I delete your database, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Nikki. As long as you have a working change, pretty good idea. Okay, hopefully this is updated now. It is not. I'll create a new doc. Fine. It's kind of glazing me right now. Portfolio stats page is legitimately premium tier. Nobody at your price point offers all of this. You're underpriced. Yeah. What about that? Let's take a look at the document it made. It's kind of hard to read. Is there an MD formatter in Neovim? Oh, prettier. You just have to install it after. I'll do it later. Yeah. I actually do offer these things, but whatever. Oh, look, every single one of these potentially has a free trial. So we don't have free trial. Except this one, this is a free tier. It's not really exactly what I asked for here. I kind of just wanted those three that we were looking at, because a lot of these are not really exactly what we're doing, or really not that close. I do like the idea of offering a refund, though. I think that kind of helps people if they, for signing up for the trial. We say, hey, we give you a 7-day free trial and we've somehow communicate generous refund policy. So our basic tier is a little more expensive than some of them, but it's kind of in line. Why is the Finimize one so expensive? Oh, look at that one. What is it? This is Finimize. I'm gonna join it, try it out. What is NeoVim? It's a Vim, but has more UI stuff. So Vim is kind of just like a text editor, but with NeoVim we can kind of, you know, very quickly like navigate through text and make modifications. It's kind of a nice little text editor you can do in the terminal. I like it. Some people use it to code too. That's probably primary use case actually. NeoVim's pretty awesome, and Vim also, because you have a lot of hotkeys, so you can get really good at it. There's a very high learning curve where you can be navigating, doing all sorts of very quickly editing files, and it's actually kind of fun. I'm kind of a little bit of a beginner, I would say, definitely, as far as the hotkeys goes, because there are some people that know a ton of stuff. I just know how to like get around and go to the end of files and things like this. Skip. But it's kind of fun. I recommend it. Try it out. And it's very customizable. That's another thing. You can do so many things with NeoVim, whatever you want. You can really set up your workspace. Hey, SG707, it's probably because you're clicking it. You know, if you click a video and watch it, not to be snarky there. That tends to be the YouTube way. Helix is easier. You ever try it? I really like NeoVim, but let me check out Helix. Is it like an IDE? The other thing about NeoVim is it's like really light, you know? Like it loads super fast. And you can add as much or as little as you want. Very customizable. Let's see, Helix. Oh, Helix is also a terminal. Yeah, it looks like NeoVim a little bit. Yeah, looks like same sort of stuff. What you making? I'm making a little investment newsletter. It's very customizable. And right now we're fixing some bugs and looking at some competitors. Trying to figure out what we're doing here. I'm looking at this more expensive one to understand why it's expensive. I think it's more of a news site, but then they have like a GoPro section, which I think that's the expensive part. Let me check it out if I click that. See, this is kind of what I was thinking with our deep dive section. Is like the really expensive one, is we would have like eventually one day like really good articles, and I guess that's what they did to try to charge more. That's fine. Feel free to text us. It actually helps the stream if you guys. The more you comment, the more. Anyways. But anyways, it's like Vim that you don't have to spend hours customizing. Gotcha. I don't really spend too much time customizing NeoVim. I just spend like, I just install the basic things. But you're probably right, you know, there could be some value in not having to do that. We're using AI scrapers sometimes over. Yeah. So we're pretty careful about that. I'm not really planning to do anything. I'm doing everything legit, not mass scraping and this kind of thing. So for the most part, you know, we're using just market data, open source valuation data. And then once we get going, we'll pay for the 15-minute delayed stock data. It's like $50 a month or something. Reinstalling Windows. Oh, it's a new one, equal slashed. Even Google search blocks AI from scraping. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be a little careful with scraping, you know. You gotta look at the... You know, it's not that it's illegal, right? If it's a public domain, it's not illegal to scrape as long, you know, you're not DDoSing them or something. But they could, you know, come after you if you're especially if you're making accounts, you know, you're doing VPNs, then they could potentially, and you're selling data, they could potentially sue you and stuff. So, yeah, you just gotta be a little careful. But generally, they won't come after little small people. But if you're trying to build something that makes money, you should do a little planning for that kind of thing and not be too egregious. I think LinkedIn sued someone or sued some company for selling the scrape data. Then they went bankrupt. So look it up. It's a proxy curl. So this is a LinkedIn filed a lawsuit, and in July they shut down. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, exactly. That's why scraping is a little bit of a gray thing, right? They have to kind of, yeah. You just you have to kind of do it the right way and not do anything that's like really openly where you're like, oh, I'm making a bunch of accounts and I'm using VPNs and I'm doing this, doing that. Yeah. And then you start selling this, that, you know. Just gotta be a little careful on that kind of thing. Not a finance specialist, but usually when news hits, you're already too late. I notice the real alert comes from live stock market through chat. You scrape X or Reddit, good luck. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, it's more of just an informational site. You just want to come and update. All right. Sometimes I get distracted. I wanted to focus on these three. I think we're going to type it ourselves because I didn't really like what it made. So I'm going to type in this stuff I'm gonna, for this company. 799. They actually offer a 2-year plan. It's kind of interesting. You're not really saving that much. Saving $14. Well, I guess it's not nothing. It's like 20%, right? That's their essentials. I'll just paste in what that does. So in their selling page, they are kind of putting in a lot of stuff that we could do as well. We could put ads, I suppose. I didn't even consider ads. Eh. Ads make everything look ugly. UI needs a bit of spice. Looks a bit generic. Yeah. Probably right. We're going to clean up the... SG707. What do you think of the light mode? It's supposed to be kind of simple and easy to read, but I agree the morning one definitely looks worse than the afternoon one. I think you're right. We probably need to work on a little bit. I deal with security on your system. You do have to kind of know what you're doing there. As far as like, there's kind of some general principles you learn. You know, rate limiting, auth. We use Firebase for auth. Making sure admins can only call the right endpoints. There's a lot of things like this, right? So the premium section, 17 month. Well, the good part about writing it manually, I'll get faster at this. It's hotkeys. Okay. I'll just copy this, actually. This part. I can't. It's missing the visual charts. If the users have to scroll and read for 2 minutes, they're not sure. Yeah. We do have some charts here, but maybe you're saying, hey, move this to the top. That's a fair idea. Like this section. Technically, you can do that in the preferences. Let's go ahead and do it. Move the... This one's broken, but... Should still have that market pulse above, though. Let me check why. Oh, I see. There's some outdated stuff here. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely some things we need to clean up, I think. Not really liking how it looks at the moment. That particular... it's kind of a balance, right? You want some visuals, but you also don't want it to just be stats. And there is a little bit bug where this doesn't appear, our AI portfolio analysis. Top and smaller, display multiple charts, user can click and zoom, etc. Yeah, that's a good point. I think right now it's like you can click and you can send it to the AI, but you can't actually zoom in. So maybe we can make it, turn it back into an image, potentially. Not really sure how to do the zoom with the interactive charts. Text to speech. I guess technically we do have it right here. This is for the chat if you want to ask questions about the little newsletter here. So did you become rich? No, Pranav. Not yet. There will be a long road of doing stuff, because it does take a while. Anyways, not that we will get there. I'm just saying, like, if we did, it would take a while. But I'm not in a hurry. So, how do they justify stock rover? Interesting. Seen some people on Reddit, they they actually like this stock rover site. And one person even said that they like the UI of it, and it was like the. So I think it appeals to a certain kind of person. I think I kind of get it. It's like it's a little retro. We got the folders and all this stuff. But I'm not really sure. I don't really understand why this site is actually, what is it providing exactly? I guess it's the portfolio tracking stuff. And you can, it's just kind of a mix of tools that they put together. I'd say they have more tools than us, but ours is like a little bit different value prop, I guess. Exactly, the old semi-rich stock market guy. Zard Space. I usually use GPT for stock news. Usually prompt, why is SPY down up? You get good enough response. If you want to get paid user. Yeah, so right now there's like 3 problems that we're trying to resolve for a user. Number 1, the portfolio tracking thing, where you have all these brokerages, and there are sites that are just trackers, and you connect your brokerages, and it has the key statistics. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is having a customized newsletter that you get every morning and evening that has only things you care about, so you can customize what you want to see, turn off some things. Maybe only care about the stats and what's going to happen today, so you can just customize it to be that. I haven't really seen that before, like a customizable newsletter with a lot of options and ability to add your own stuff. And then the next part is this idea of you can ask your own questions and make cool charts. So I'll show you an example. So like this kind of question, right? And we make the charts. Like this is not, if you try to do this with Gemini, it takes a while. Ours is pretty quick because we make it a little bit simpler for the LLM because we write a lot of the code and then the LLM just calls it. So it's like 7 seconds as opposed to, because the way Gemini and Perplexity work is they build not only all the code to do the testing, it's also generating the code to create the chart. And that just takes much longer than just calling functions that already exist. Yeah, but the trade-off is it's a little bit less customizable as far as the charts and everything. So that's kind of the idea. Is Squarespace your website? No, I bought a domain, but Google Domains is no longer going to exist, so it became a Squarespace domain. So I don't use Squarespace. You don't necessarily need something new. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of like the package of everything, right? Like it has to look nice, be fun to use. It's got to be fast. It's got to be this and that, and everything is not buggy. So we do have to fix some bugs. I feel like today I'm talking a lot, but not really. We have fixed some bugs, but I'm gonna focus a little bit. Okay. Ultra. I'm gonna put Finimize on here. It's kind of like a more expensive, maybe what we would be in the future. It's like they provide deep dives. That's how they justify a higher price tag. Oh yeah, I'm not saying I'm not saying it's not good interacting with you guys. Definitely it is good. I'm just saying I need to. Sometimes I just keep talking and I get a little distracted. So I will do both. The power of multitasking. Tahara. Once you do make a product, email to your customers. I would charge 99 cents for a year subscription. You lose money. You may have huge customers. Yeah, that's kind of one approach, right? Sometimes when you charge too cheap, though, you kind of psychologically you communicate to the user that your service is not that valuable. I feel like, you know, you're sort of saying, "Hey, I'm a low-end product." So I don't know. There might be some psychology there, is all I'm saying. If you price it too low, people might think, "Huh, they must not be providing me much." In some sense, it might be better for it to be free, and then you upsell them, as opposed to 99 cents, and then you try to upsell them later. It's just some psychological stuff. It doesn't really make sense, but McDonnell Douglas, who's that? I look it up. No, I don't know why they would. So I don't know what you're talking about. Clear. This would be a way to find customers, make another app, send email to customer base. I see what you're saying. You kind of like try to market from another email list or something. I think I see what you're saying. It's kind of like it's almost like a trial. It's like, I think a year might be a little too long though. Might be like hey, here's a discount. You can get $1 for 2 weeks, but then it becomes $14. Something like this. Your go-to market will be impressive. Maybe. Maybe not. And we'll tell. If we don't succeed, we will at least have it documented so people can learn. The idea, I guess. They want to. Okay, so Qualtrim. I'm gonna read this again and fill it out real quick. So theirs is much cheaper. Sort of just like a portfolio tracker. Very simple pricing. Or 99 annual. And they start with a 7-day free trial. And then it converts to, so you can't even access it. So it's a hard trial. End up pulling viewers, yeah. Well, it's the hot term. I think it was literally coined this year, right? Either this year or late last year. I can't remember. Day 19. I honestly don't even look at the viewers. I just look at the chat. So sometimes I do, but pretty rarely. Man, I'm not explaining right. Like you're selling a product at 99% off, get them to the door, then you say I have another app that does this for $10. Oh, I think I get what you're saying, SG707. You're saying, here's a product that I think what you're talking about is anchoring, but I'm not really totally sure why it would be selling something for $1. Maybe you're saying like a very stripped down version for $1, but you can get the rest of them. No, I'm not sure. Sorry. Could be me. I mean, sometimes I have a brain fart and read it wrong. Chat. Okay, so here's their features. What is it that you're vibe coding? It's kind of like a financial newsletter, customizable newsletter, where you can have your portfolio tracking. You can chat with the AI. It knows your portfolio and your preferences, which kind of tell the AI what type of investor you are. And you can attach market data and other things and make charts, and you'll get in the morning every day and afternoon an email. That's the whole gist of it. You only need those early adopters first, then you bring in your ideal customers. I think like we probably should really focus on getting this in the hands of people now. Once I clean up the UI and fix up some bugs, which we plan to do soon here, because I just know I'm kind of envisioning maybe what would make sense, but we actually have to see people use it. So I will probably ask a few people that I know to try it out, and I will watch them, see what they think. But I watched this video yesterday, and it was basically like, you need to watch them use it. Don't just listen to their comments, because their comments, they're not going to be as insightful, but they'll, if they're, especially if they're your friends, they're just gonna tell you things you want to hear. So share site, looking at this one. This one's pricing is $7 a month. It's also just it's a portfolio tracker. You need people who would use it, and yeah, exactly. I like a complete beginner to this. I have no coding experience. How do I start learning to vibe code? You can just download one of these IDEs and chat with the AI, and that's how I would learn and work on some projects. I would say it's kind of like projects for yourself. Maybe you're a student. That's a great way to learn. And if you really like it, you're having a lot of fun. That's a good indicator. It might be something for you. And over time, you'll kind of learn. And anytime you don't understand something, you can ask the AI, and it will usually help you out. But you just got to know that the AI is sometimes wrong. And but for the concepts, it's usually right? If you're asking about a concept. But sometimes about your code base, but not if it's small. Small is generally right. So this site is literally just you connect your portfolio and it tracks it, and it gives you statistics, and that's basically it. And it charges based on the amount of portfolios that you connect. But it does have a free version. where you can connect one portfolio. Or wait, hold on. Yeah, hotkey. I don't know the hotkey to indent. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Cool. Nice. Whoa. I think I changed my document. As you can see, I am noob. But we're getting there. At the end of this series, I will be NeoVim expert. There you go. Dylan, how many websites you got? Do you plan to merge them after? I'm not really merging them. I guess I just I have some projects I made for fun back in the day. Yeah, I got Minecraft music. Sorry if you don't like it. Yeah, but I kind of like it. Sometimes I just play a mix of things based on how I'm feeling. Past few days it's been Minecraft. So let me change the theme back to the dark. All right. Many people have said at this point that the dark theme looks kind of default, so I think we're going to try to figure out how to change this. So I've had many comments from people that the dark theme kind of looks just like default, lacking spice. These are some of the comments. I think it's because we're using maybe like this really common color scheme. I think it's like slate or something. Let's kind of rethink how the dark mode could look. It's not our highest priority, but I'll just put that over there. Just go ahead and no code yet, just we're going to talk about it. Oops. Plan on getting funding. I might try, I guess, but definitely not anytime soon. I think I would probably only do that if I started getting some customers and things like this. And I felt like things were going pretty well. Maybe then, but I'm not even sure if this is kind of an idea that like a VC would be interested in. It might not fit their categories. I kind of want like a moonshot. I see. It's using the slate cut. Thanks, Bravo. Appreciate that. Let's maybe change it. Lean into the prism. No, that's strange. So, I want something very minimalistic and should be it should feel credible, professional, sort of the vibe. Do you have any example sites we can look at that have a dark mode that are in this similar industry? Okay. We have all of our things. I think we got the information, free version. And then as you start to connect more, we could do something like this too. What does your website do? It's a financial customizable newsletter. I think I'm going to start putting this here. be open. And you can track your portfolio and things. And do research. I'm going to clean up the preferences as well, because we have some things here that are no longer. Our preferences are kind of getting out of control. I think there's quite a few here that I think we should try to condense a few of these things. All right, and we created a plan earlier that I never ran, so I'm actually not going to send this here. I don't forget to drink water. You're the second person that has said that. Do I look dehydrated? It's funny. All right. I'm going to read this plan first. Here it is. Can you go ahead and correct this plan? I kind of wanted to create a separate file for each of the mappers. It just helps keep it organized. So can you go ahead and update? I don't really like how you segmented these. I think my idea here is we're going to remove, like these parts won't be customizable. They're sort of just set in line because there are kind of default, we provide this. So it's the AI insights and the ask questions. Those ones we're going to remove from the preferences. Those will always just show in the same area. I say it's more psychological than the color scheme. Imagine where your eye will focus. Yeah, that makes sense. Think about it more. How the user will feel using it. Our target user. So for this doc, I was also going to kind of develop what kind of people are using each one of these. And I'm going to ask it to come up with some ideas. Like, what is the difference between the users of each one of these sites? We can kind of understand a little bit. So look at this doc here. I think it's actually in notes. Oh no, it is here actually. At the bottom of this document, can you put for each of these, what would be the difference between the target users? Like, I'm trying to understand how we should. The main goal is we're trying to figure out how we should price our product and our features given what we have. Here's our features. I think right now we're priced as a more premium product. I'm trying to figure out if that makes sense. Maybe we should lower it a little bit. I think we're definitely going to offer some sort of trial. Right now we are not offering a trial, just sort of credits. But for our trial, we need to figure out whether it's immediately a trial. I think we're going to maybe allow them to use it for a certain amount of time. But it looks like none of these sites do that. It's all either hard trial or freemium upgrade. So none of them are trial and then ends after a certain, or rather, none of them are using it for free, then a trial after a while. That doesn't exist, and I'm trying to figure out why. A voice to text app we're using, it's a Whisperflow. The reason people use it, I think it's just a bit faster. I'll show you. Because you can speak much faster than you can type, at least for pretty much everyone. Wait, did you create a separate file in the... That's kind of weird. I'm going to read that. $250 words per minute. My 2 cents is not think about pricing right now. Just focus on building and get people to try it and get feedback. That's one strategy. I think at some point you have to do it, right? You have to do your market research. Even if you get people to try it, you still got to try the other products to understand how to price it. You know what I mean? We spent a good amount of time building, I think. So we have a pretty good understanding of what we made here. Oh yeah, same. I mean, 100 customers, that's a lot actually. First couple will be the hardest probably. Okay, so let's look at the files that I did, components. Let me see exactly how these would be implemented. I think that makes rough sense. Let's go ahead and implement this and try not to, just scope this change for now because you don't need to change the others. We're going to kind of rewrite. So it's going to be like you create these email components and then you're going to hook it up and we're going to use these instead. All right, gotcha. I'm down to try a different voice. Speech to text. I forgot why did I start using Whisperflow? It might have been, I just saw someone using it on Twitter a long time ago. And I tried it and I liked it. But I'm down to try some other ones. because it does misunderstand me sometimes. I mean, there is an argument to be made. You make it. I mean, technically, ours is free to start, right? But we don't need to make it completely free, right? Like we definitely can have our some things behind a. I don't think it's a bad idea to have a trial at some point. You know, pretty much it seems like 90% of the sites we're looking at have trials. So I mean, they decided to do that for a reason, I think. At least in this, it's probably different for every industry and thing you're working on. Well, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. Hello, back. So you guys have been chatting. I'll read some. High token pricing. I remember when I used to drink 16 coffees a day. Yeah, I drink a lot of coffee. I hope I don't have to stop at some point. I love coffee. I never say anything bad about coffee. Like, everyone's always, seems like every study seems like it's good. So I'll keep drinking. You have 45 seconds to pay or your account will be deleted. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, like the whole page starts flashing red. And it starts like text starts just like disintegrating. And if you don't pay, you will be banned. You can never use the site again. Yeah, like they have to install something that will nuke their computer. Is that too far? Delete the Windows folder or something. Can't drink as much as you used to. Is it because it like gives you headaches and stuff or something? Yes. It's a good idea. Low churn. Don't be afraid to stop. Hey Jod. I'm working on an investment thing. I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm not really liking how this morning brief is looking. It's sort of just stats. So I want to spend a little time figuring out how I can make this look better. I feel like the afternoon one, when it renders right, as far as like the chart appears here and everything, it's pretty good. Like it's fine. Maybe it should have a little more things to read, but other than that, I think it's okay. But this one, when you scroll, it's like just like numbers. Or about digestion. Gotcha. Easy navigation between the sections. So not just the scroll you're thinking. You can minimize it, I suppose. But maybe, oh, right, there should be like something. Honestly, we should be constantly referencing Substack because I feel like Substack's pretty the most common or one of the most common. So I'm going to just look. They have navigation. They have to subscribe to be able to get free stuff, right? Yeah, TOC. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, something at the beginning, either over maybe here. I suppose that kind of makes the most sense. You can click through real quick. Right now, I don't know if it's long enough to need it. I mean, if it gets long enough, I agree. I think. Because I mean, how long? Just boop. I'm signing in to Substack. The handle is already taken. I just typed in some random gibberish. What? Okay. So many clicking. Okay, I finally got in. All right, this is Substack. See, it's like you got posts or something. I always, when I look at Substack, I always see the articles, so I didn't even know it was like a social media. Does Michael Burry really look like that? What? What happened? Doesn't look like I remember him. Um, the different sections. Let me think. So you can't see what their port. That's true. You have to go through. You have to like scroll and see everything. So they have tabs. So you have subs. So if I click just a random article here, right? Oh wait, is this? Ah, that's creative. That's kind of cool. You can click through real easily. Oh, it's very nice. We should use this as motivation. This is how it should feel, like just nice scrolling. And I feel like, yeah, ours is not. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's a nice reference. Yes, continue. Should we do the exact same thing where it's like a thing on the side, or should we do kind of like our own version? But it's not about the table of content that is necessarily what makes this nice to read. It's everything together. The fonts. Um, no, I wouldn't either. Yeah, like what I'm just, yeah. Yeah, it's really smart. Like a little, nice little thing here. Boop. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure has to be always there. Right, I mean, how else would you do it? It's either on the side or it's blocking text. There's no real option to put it here. Or it's like some header thing. No. But yeah, definitely on the side. I just don't think it's long enough right now to put it, right? Like, okay, I put it, and then it's like goes to here. It's like maybe we wait until there's more stuff. It's like you can literally scroll it in like a second. Whereas Substack, it's like Let's look at mercury.com. We might get inspired. Kind of sound like Elon. I've never gotten that. Actually, one person said that to me in college. That's kind of funny. I'm trying out this Mercury one. I'm going to enable dark mode. How vibe code going? Pretty good. I'd say we're doing a little bit of restyling, and we're going to add some more stuff here to this part of our newsletter. It's our morning part. It needs some text and other things. Yeah, user experience, very important. I think we got to try not to overwhelm the user with information. The goal is that it's just like a nice little brief. It's called the brief after all, so. This should probably be up here. I'm going to change that. Yeah, but I was also a programmer before. Hey, Latino America, how's it going? So I don't, we usually rely on the AI for the implementation, but we do planning and stuff for the harder things, like the chart generations and things. At least add the navigation helpers to the list of tasks. Yes, it's a good idea. I feel like you are in tune with how I work already, because I do tend to do that. Make this a little bigger so you guys can actually read if you want to. There we go. So navigation for the articles when they get bigger. Hey, Ruja, not to blow you off there, but I don't want the stream just me explaining it again. It's kind of like an investor platform. You can have newsletters and things. First, it divides by section programmatically, and it uses Whisper to transcribe the text. AI automatically. Oh, nice, Latino America. Yeah, we actually did a similar thing too. That's funny. Yeah, it is kind of cool to do that. I kind of stopped adding the chapters, but I guess if people want me to, I can edit. I don't know if it was helpful or not. Hey Shri, welcome back. Good to see you. Or talk to you. Okay, so we have our new emails. This was like a total rewrite. So let's go ahead and test it out. Yeah, let's go test out. Send me both a morning and afternoon with that script. Might need to change how the script works. Not really sure. So for this, there's like way too many stats. Do you think maybe we should convert one of these to be just prose? Which one would make sense? Let's ideate. Any new features? Yeah, we added a morning brief. So we're working on making the morning brief. Added more customization and new components. We added like what's upcoming in the day, as opposed to what's, the economic calendar. The morning is like what's going to happen. The evening will be like what's going to happen the next few days. So basically the same thing. Yeah, and we're working on the market research stuff too. Kind of like the two things we're doing. All right, we made this document before I left. Let's read it. It's like the target users for each of these. Should the stats be a ticker at the bottom of the screen that shows up every page? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like the New York Stock Exchange, you got like this thing down here that's like scrolling. Okay, not a bad idea. I mean, it's there. It's everywhere for a reason, right? Granted, I didn't see it on any of the sites we looked at. It does look a little tacky, in my opinion. The scrolling thing, I think, on a website. Yeah. So this one's more of like a research tool, but it will be 15 minutes delayed. Actually, a lot of brokerages, they are 15 minutes delayed by default until you enable it. So it's not like super uncommon. So even brokerages, sometimes they're delayed until you go in your settings. Whisperflow is paid. It's not open source. Oh, I thought I meant pros as in pro. Definitely not. I meant pros. Like, it's too many stats. Looks bad. Okay, so I think it sent the test emails. Let's go look. That's gonna turn out. Looks like neither's might be in my spam, I suppose. Wait, what? How did that happen? Oh, look what it did. It hallucinated. It changed my email address to daniel@prismdatafeed.com. It's weird. I'll go look. Why did you send it to daniel@prismfeed.com? I'm just curious. Yeah. Who is Daniel? That's a good question. Someone joined our team. I didn't realize it. And the guest. When you generate these, it's not actually, it's just sending what's in the database, right? It's not actually running it's not actually running any analysis, right? Because that's how it should work. Got him again. Why chat overlay? Oh, is that chat overlay not there? YouTube. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna add it. For some reason, the link keeps changing while I'm streaming. I don't understand. Okay, now it should be there. There we go. So it looks like no email sent. Can you make sure you actually hooked it up to the new implementation that you've done? You might have to hook it up both in the test file and in the actual endpoint itself. I'm gonna see what it did in the code because it elucidated my name, so who knows what else it's doing right now. Okay, so it created a bunch of components. Probably shouldn't call them components because it's not really a component technically. Yeah, I used to equal slash. I used to get the to do implement. What's it trying to do? So this is not true. Already been tested, so it's there. I want to make sure it didn't. I mean, it looks fine to me. It's just kind of like put all these into separate files, which is okay. And put it in here. And should still stand because it's the same thing. So, not really sure. Oh, I did get one of them. Let me check my spam. Oh, they're there. It's just delayed. Okay, cool. Let me read it. This is our new version. Looks like the chart is broken. Oh, there. It just attached it. It's fine, I guess. But let's fix it so it's in the email. As long as it has it. Okay. Let's see what happened here. Oh, here's the morning one. Not horrible, but probably remove or just center this, I guess. Oh, oh no. Remove this. Center this. I think it's fine. Oh, that looks pretty good, actually. Doesn't have the watch list one. And we already changed this, so these should be longer. A little bit longer. What do you guys think of the colors? Is it a little weird? It should be a little bit. A little bit less tan. I'll probably make it a little less tan. And then it needs to include the watch list. Cool, so the morning brief, remove this part. And center this. And the watch list didn't show, so make sure that is showing on the email. And for the colors, can we make it a bit less tan? I think right now it's like, the general idea is good, but just a little bit too, I think it should look like a fresh piece of paper instead. So little things like off-white, but not too off-white. So go ahead and make that restyling and fix those problems. And then also the today's brief page, it's attaching the images instead of putting it in line on the email. So try to do that. It's a good question, Shri. We haven't done that yet. We will probably at some point, but I'm sort of just like, I'm just using resend for now. And once we get users, then I'll worry with it. Yeah, that's my plan. But it's really cheap. So, I mean, AWS SES is pretty cheap. That's what I mean to say. Once we do it. I think I'm going to go ahead and commit some things, updates. I'd already made code, so I will not commit. That one doesn't even work anyway, so it's fine. It's like almost 1K subs. How close are we? Let me look. Kind of fun. Yeah, we're getting there. Probably another day or so. Day or two. Definitely before Christmas. It's good timing. Yeah, let's do the sector performance. Let's just make it the pros. Granted, I kind of like this. Maybe this one, actually. Can we do the notable movers instead, actually? Make that pros. I guess part of my hesitation, though, is I don't want to just, like, put a bunch of filler stuff, right? Because, like, ideally, we're actually providing value, not just putting in a bunch of text. Just because it makes it look good, you know? So let's try to figure out, like, what information do they want? Are you coder? Yeah, I was before. Maybe like do 2 or 3 across maybe some different industries might be, I mean, maybe what we could do is like, no, that's fine. I was thinking about making it specific to the user, but in order to do that, it makes it more expensive because we gotta make one for every user. The per user stuff is the AI insight part. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, actually. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I was Java Spring for some years. Yeah, he's not very good at Java. Why does it keep asking for this? But yeah, AI is very good at webs like JavaScript, Python's pretty good. I'll read this more. Fans of financial YouTubers. People want AI to explain stocks to them. It's community oriented. I guess we could make a Discord. Like if we decide to do the YouTube route where we make a YouTube for this. Yeah, you're probably right. Java Spring is pretty good. There's just a lot of momentum behind it, you know. Java has a very long history. Oh, you did Java Spring too? Yeah. It's all right. Not too crazy. Busy professionals who want accurate insights, willing to pay more for someone else to do the analysis. Where we are at. AI native investors who want a conversational portfolio intelligence. We're differentiated by the AI chat as the primary interface, daily briefs, backtesting, Plaid integration. We are priced 2 to 3x higher than competitors at every tier. Okay. Why free then trial doesn't exist? It's probably this one, right? Why the other ones don't? Because I was thinking, like, what if you could use it for a few days, then the free trial comes up? Maybe that's why none of the other sites are doing that. It's either full free trial or you have freemium forever. And then you have the premium features. Here's what I'm thinking now. What if we did this, like the today's brief is free? You can do the preferences, you can set your customized newsletter, but if you want to do the research, that's when you click this, the might come to this page, but then the thing comes up, the upsell. You can go to the portfolio and add in your portfolio. But you can't have a watch list. And maybe there's some limit to portfolio, something like this. Problem with Java isn't really Java. I say it's people who still use Java and thinks it's #1 programming language. There are some good things about Java, I guess. Just a huge ecosystem. But in general, I would say I agree, I guess. Helps you not do stupid things. But with that said, Java Spring, you know, there's problems with everything. Update the... Okay, so I turned it to pros. Let me see if I have to regen it or not. I'm not really sure. I don't want it to be buttons. It shouldn't be buttons, so it should be actual pros like this. As you can see, sometimes it's like, okay, maybe I should just type it because if it misunderstands me too many times, then it's like, what if I accidentally said something and then yeah, so I think I'm sometimes just going to type. Maybe I'm not speaking very clearly or something. Actually not going to send it highlighted because, yeah. Think like, you know, a newsletter. You can think of like Substack and all these. Okay, so in this doc, I'm going to say, here's what I'm thinking. What if when they click premium and they try to send a chat, I might just keep the credit system. Because I kind of do want them to try it, because it is kind of cool, right? I know it's not really how the others are working, but then again, the others aren't really... the ones that we compared it to aren't really using LLMs too much. So maybe ours makes a little bit of sense. People might want to try it, and I think they'll like it if they chat with it for a little bit. If I just show them the upsell, they might not want to. So I might just leave it for now. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of with you. Overall, I'm not super happy with how this is this part is looking. I think we might need to do a little bit of a redesign of the article. The article itself. Needs a human touch. Might switch. We could try Gemini 3 too. Hold on, let me get some. Order something here. Okay, cool. And the collapsible looks a little weird, I agree. Instead of showing all the UI elements in page view, add some components to the left or right side, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think part of it too is the loading. It feels a little bit like when you load, it's just everything's jerking around. Like that's one component that can make it a little bit nicer. Yeah, but also just the general readability and the gaps and the spacing. Layout done from a UI expert. Yes. I think I've had the best luck as far as design goes when I give it an example, right? How did we design the portfolio page and like a layout that we like? I like this page. This page, I look at it. I could see myself visiting this page and being like, yeah, this is nice. I'll show you full screen. You have your little thing here. Cool. You know, it's like, okay. And the way we did that is we really defined, we found some examples. We got a good layout. Kind of like what we're doing with Substack a little bit, getting inspired. And then we start to explain how the layout should look first. Once we have the layout, then it's like filling in the pieces. Oh, thanks, SG707. Have a good one. Good luck building. Once this is done, it's taking a long time to send the emails. I'm gonna test that. See ya. Oh, I just sent the email. Let me test it out. Oh, nice. Actually looks quite a bit better. So this is the morning one. Definitely way better as paper as opposed to the old parchment colors. Watch list is not here again, but definitely I like this quite a bit better actually. We probably don't need to say this, right? Like, don't repeat any information. And I'll probably reorder this a little bit. Probably headline should be after. Maybe here. Hey, look at the other one. Nice. Fix the... Oh, I forgot to put the chart. Why would that happen? Should just be taking an image of the chart. So I don't know why it would not have the title and stuff. So in the today's brief, I noticed there's like a, you put the image in there. I'm just making sure. Did you actually take an image of the chart that we are generating, or did you put in some fallback chart image? I guess I can check that, because definitely should not do that. Okay, I don't see any image, so. Because right now it doesn't have the title and description, which is a little bit suspicious. On the same vein, when we scroll over the interactive charts, it appears that image generation is broken. I don't know if this is related. It might be. We should be using the matplotlib and getting an image of the chart. Go ahead and take a look, create a plan to fix these two things. Put it in bugs in the docs. Hmm. Can you go ahead and create a plan for the... Actually, I think we already implemented that. Let me double check. But oh, we did, but it's not here. It should be like probably... You hover over... On mobile, it should be a button. But to the export to PDF, maybe we'll put it here. Can you go ahead and put an export on the portfolio page? It's if you look at the time ranges, it should be there, like a button right to the right of that for exporting the portfolio history to an Excel. It should be the portfolio value. There's a lot of things, right, that the user should be able to export. So we actually should develop a plan because it's going to export transactions potentially, the statistics, and the portfolio performance. For a time range. I think what we want to do, we want to turn this into a pretty good upsell page, a pop-up. Basically what it's going to be when the user clicks it and they don't have premium, it's going to explain all the things you can export, right? You can export when you click that, it's going to export everything, and it's going to download a bunch of things. They can check which things to download. One category is the portfolio history. The next category, based on the time range. The next category is the statistics based on the time range for each day. Oh, not that one. That'll take a really long time to calculate, and so we're not going to do that one because for the Sharpe ratio and stuff. Actually, I might be able to do it. I'm not really sure. And the third category is transaction data. So like when they sold, what their gain was for the sale, but there'll be some disclaimers about it. They shouldn't use it for tax purposes and things like that. So go ahead and develop a plan. We're going to put it under export to Excel and put it in a directory, export to Excel, and then implementation plan. What in the world, bro? Huh. This is weird. I keep getting these pop-ups. I do not like it. What is it? I keep getting these pop-ups even though I'm just using Cloud Code. Like different types of pop-ups. It comes up with trying to get access my iCloud, photos, things like this, even though I'm not even asking about any of these things. So what do you think this is? Seems a little suspicious. But why is iTerm2 trying to access my iCloud drive? It's just in my projects. Like it's not even in, and tried to access photos too, but it's not even in the section that has my photos. It's probably just a bug or something. Okay, it seems pretty just like So we really do not want this, right? It should not be separate. What it should be doing is it should be getting the information that's, because if you look, we're storing the charts at this location in Firebase, and those are the images for each day. So it should be just getting the image. That's it. Every time we generate today's brief, it generates these images. I guess double check that it is. I'm going to look in Firebase, it should be. Unless we change that at some point. Yeah, it is. Ah, I see. It looks like it isn't. So right now, our today's brief, this particular new architecture we're doing. Is not actually saving them as screenshots, which it should be doing, using the matplotlib library after it's generated. It should be stored in fire storage. I think it's trying to save something, it looks like, but whatever it's saving is not working. So we need to take a look at that, create another plan in bugs. Actually, update the plan. We already have this. Oh, it's this glitch again. I'm just going to access that. I'm going to put it over here. Yeah, it's Minecraft. It's very comforting. Or image bugs, sure. Show me the pages for, we want to do a bit of a redesign about the, Okay, what did we do last time that worked for the research page? We were kind of struggling with this redesign here and how exactly this attachments should look. And the way that we got past it is we used AI Studio, Google's AI Studio, and designed first, and then brought the reference over. I'm going to do the same for today's brief. We're not super happy. Yeah. Dark mode looks so bright. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I don't really like how it looks on this page. We'll figure it out though. That'll just take some time. I'm gonna go to AI Studio and do some iterations. I'm just gonna attach the top part, right? The top part's okay. I'm gonna ask it to make a design. We want to make a design after this, so the general idea for this app is that it's a market newsletter, very customizable. I'm gonna type a few things. I said, pretend you're a professional designer famous for minimalistic, readable, and elegant designs. Worth a try. I'm using a Gemini 3 Pro over here, so we'll see what it makes. My friend, you're on the spectrum, but in a good way. Oh, thanks. I'm not that. But I am definitely, my interests align with what we're doing here. I like it. I have a lot of fun. Okay, we create a little plan. Oh, right, because we're not storing like transactions or anything here. There is like there is a conversation about what exactly we're going to store. That we haven't fully decided. I have another window over here for the bugs. Oh, says it found a critical bug. This time it said it with an exclamation mark, so. Use a time series database. Yeah, we definitely can. You're right. I'm thinking we don't have to do that. We don't have to store the whole thing. We could just compute that on the front. Because as long as we know their holdings, we can compute what the data points for every day is, and then when they export, we don't need to keep their whole portfolio history stored. Just the transactions, and that's it. When they bought things, and then on the front end, it just computes It's a little slower, but it is fine. Okay, so it says it found some bugs, so I'm gonna ask it. Yeah, go ahead and implement that for the chart, saving the charts as images. All right, I think AI Studio is done. We can look. Oh, no, not quite. So you can make a table that is a time series table. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good upsell feature because it's very useful for a lot of reasons to be able to see all that stuff like your transaction history and the statistics history and the portfolio data history. Like for reference, maybe you want to export it to Excel. Maybe it's helpful for your taxes, maybe a little bit. But it'll be a little disclaimer not to use it for your taxes, but maybe if they're just using it as a reference, it's okay. Not really sure. I have to look it up. Exactly what the rules are there. This is what AI Studio came up with. I'm gonna look at it full screen though. You guys will have to excuse my insane amount of tabs, which is a little extreme even for me. Yeah, I don't like. Oh, maybe this part's okay. I don't really vibe with this so much. For some reason, every time you generate something with AI, it looks like some crypto platform or something. When you're doing financial stuff. Yeah, most of the performance stuff comes in later, right? Did Anime Hunter's like message get deleted or something? Because I don't see anything. Yeah, it looks. I mean, and that's Gemini 3 Pro, so this might be something we have to really have our eyes on and kind of design ourselves potentially, which is scary. Scary for me. For some reason, it moved this up here. Portfolio insights. Yeah, and it doesn't matter how I specify it, like, please, minimalism, professionalism. That's what I said in the prompts, and it still made me a little crypto site. So. Okay, so why did it move the AI portfolio to the top? I don't see that. Oh, I see. It's because we removed that. It's customizable. Just put it at the top. So the AI insights, see, you move to the top. It should always be the 4th for the morning and 3rd for the evening. Tell it to add more depth and condensing to create an easy to read news article. Yeah, let's try again. extremely professional and credible. Okay, I'll try that. What do you mean by vibe coding? We kind of do it's a little bit of a, it's something in between. We do the high level planning for hard things, and for implementation stuff, it's just probably that last 40%. We're using AI for most of it to speed it up. So it's kind of like something in between. There's no real term for it yet. So people see the word vibe coding, they're like, raw. That is writing the code. Yeah. But, you know, the design and stuff, like if you just depend on the AI, like we talked about, it's just going to become a crypto site, crypto looking site. Or it's actually kind of already, it does look still, even despite our best efforts, it still looks a little crypto-y, especially this page. But we're getting there. So you don't write code? No, not really. I mean, I'm a programmer before, but I'm not very good at designing. For me, though, we do the high level stuff. So when we're doing the chart generation, that was kind of challenging. So we make design docs and architecture docs. Then we validate, go through the code, figure out what sucks, and we move it. And it's a little faster workflow. All right. So it's redesigned this a bit. Unfortunately, it made it look too much like Wall Street Journal, I would say. This is, I mean, it has some components maybe that are okay. We would remove maybe the side parts. By the research team. Yes. The prestigious research team. I mean, in some elements, it actually is better. So I'm going to keep iterating on that one over here. Just remove the sidebar. Move a lot of the newsy look to it. Oh, one thing it did add up here is this. It was kind of like what you said earlier. I think it was Equal Shed. Might have been Equal Shed. This kind of, you know, you said the horizontal scrolling thing, but this does not look tacky. Having just a little thing up here. In fact, it looks kind of cool. Social media feed crossed with a news article site. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. Sure, feel free to send in the Discord. We kind of keep a running prompts doc with that, which has our system prompts, so we could try a few, see if we like it. I think we might add the thing up top here. That's the market status. It helps a little bit too, because when you log in, you might have a question like, why is it showing me Friday? Maybe you forget what day it is. I don't know. But you'll see, okay, market status is closed. It's kind of dumb, but I don't know. Might help somebody. And having this stuff up here is not bad either. Kind of like it. Is there a Discord? Yeah, there is. How can you do it? When I tell ChatGPT to, sorry, I missed your message, Max. Code has an issue. ChatGPT is not super good for coding. I'd recommend getting one of these cloud code instances and have fun with it. But yeah, I mean, you can make some cool prototypes. It generally will work for that. You might run into some issues as your code base gets larger. 5 hours, nice. That's good to learn the basics there. Give me tips on how to stay focused. I drink a lot of coffee. I think everyone's different. I drink a lot of coffee. That helps me stay focused. And what else? I kind of like it. So I think, right. The most important thing is the momentum. When you first start, it's going to be hard to get momentum. So you can think of motivation as that. If you're making progress, usually it's pretty easy to keep going. So as soon as you stall on one project, switching to another project sometimes helps. And maybe switching to another feature on the same project. So if we, for example, get stuck on a certain thing and you're like, this sucks, I'm going to go work on something else. And then you can regain your motivation, momentum. Not the age of coffee. Oh, I see. I see. What is the age of coffee? Okay, so... But I think we're making progress on this this other one. I'm liking some elements of it. Like, I kind of like the idea of having a title. Like right now it says, it just says Market Pulse, right? Every news article has a title. And our emails could have titles too. Makes people want to click it instead of today's brief number 537. Oh yeah, and another aspect of this that I like here, we got this share and save part. I like a lot of things about this section. You have to tell it like, I like this section, I hate this section. Yeah, exactly, equal shit. That's what we're gonna do on this. The first thing I'm gonna ask you to do is keep the top. Keep the top. I guess I can show you guys. I'm just gonna close my tabs because yeah, way too many. I'm gonna run a few things. Create the implementation. Updated the positions. Reload. The position is still putting the AI portfolio insights on top, so it's just some sort of, I think it's just some sort of rendering thing, because it seems to like, right when I load the page, it's in the right place, and then it moves it. Oh, this one's right. Never mind. So you have it right for the morning, but the afternoon is still on top. Yeah. Dude, my ears really start to hurt after a while with these. Mm-hmm. Okay, keep some components, like keep the share save, keep the top part where it has like market open. But don't have a sidebar where it has like your portfolio. It should just be like one scrolling thing. Like it's an infinite scroll. I like that you said how long it will take to read. go ahead and remove the market outlook, afternoon edition, everything that makes it seem like it's not really news. It's more like it's like a brief. Think of it as a brief. I like the typography that you did. So keep that. Make it infinite scroll. And remove the things that I said. Keep the date. But make it more like the original screenshot that I sent you. So I'll attach it again. So we're going to keep maybe this part. Oh, I see. But last time I attached it, it actually made it that color, which was gross. So the reason why maybe that it made it a crypto thing last time is because we attached... Oh, the logo? Let me see. Oh, this right here, you mean? Upwards arrow stock thing. Oh, like a stonk meme thing. Actually, okay, like in the background, I could see that. That's not bad, yeah. You might be onto something. You can't join the Discord? For some reason, people keep saying that. And then some people can, some people can't. I don't understand. I wonder if it's maybe Discord. Like if you're making a new account, maybe it has some protections or something. I guess just try again, you know, in a bit. I'm not really sure because people are joining, so the link works. So I don't understand it. Anyways, so let's like. So I think I recommend to you guys, like if you're doing design, do the AI Studio thing first. I think this is the way. Every time we do this, seems to work as a better alternative. But what I'm going to do is change it to light mode before I bring in this screenshot, so it doesn't switch the colors. You're building an open source portfolio, software portfolio as a marketing strategy. Nice. It's not a bad idea. You get a lot of... I think you build in public, and you can maybe build like a following, and then you start to sell stuff. The only issue is like with selling to software people is they can make it themselves. So this is like something really a lot of value. Granted, you could sell it to... Depends who you're selling it to, right? If you're not selling it to like seasoned software developers, then it's a little different. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go eat, but I should be back pretty soon here. Hello. So this is what I made. Let's full screen this. But yeah, let's see. I think this we'll probably keep over there. The way ours currently is. Hey, remove the title for now. I'm really thinking on the title. I kind of like the idea of each email will have a title because I'll make them more likely to click it. Yeah, I think we should definitely do this typography, whatever this is called. Yeah, this is cool. All right, this is neat. Oh, wait. Low key. This is pretty good. I kind of like some of the things. So I think we'll do this part. We probably don't need this. Maybe it'd be like some sort of... I don't know what we'll put there, but we could put something. Ask a few questions. How we can achieve this. We do have the code with AI Studio, so that's kind of nice. You can just plug in. And but we have to figure out this part, right? This morning, afternoon, how this will look. A few changes first before we take this and plug it into ours. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I'm gonna ask it actually. Come up with a design for. We want them to be able to choose the afternoon or the morning brief. So there should be some place to do that. Let's see. So I think it fixed something too. What was it? All right, that this is where it should be. I'm gonna commit that. Hey, how's it going, Des? Thank you. You as well. I assume you might be interested in the same things, given that you are here. I don't know why I checkmarked it. Okay. Okay, so I made a few changes. Did a very similar button thing to the one we used to have. I'm gonna make it ours. I like ours better. But maybe you can redesign it. It's generating. See what it does here. I'm gonna put this side by side. So Van's joining. We're trying to redesign. We want to make this a little more readable. So trying to experiment a little bit with some different types of styles. You know what I realized though? This can go right here. You got the morning, afternoon. You click right here. Boom. Much better. That's good to do that. Instead of what it currently is, can you make it in the where you kind of put the, I guess that's like where it says afternoon briefing. That's where we're going to put the morning and afternoon so people can click between. Wait, does that make sense? We'll see what it looks like. I'm not totally sure actually. Tate is fighting soon. Nice. Will not be watching. Let me know. Can you go ahead and move the Prism research back to where it was? I kind of liked it on the left. Yeah, they really updated this AI Studio. It's actually pretty cool. You can even deploy it. And they like hide your API keys and stuff. So pretty friendly for beginners. All right, let's see if this makes sense. Do you guys think this makes sense? Morning, afternoon? Yeah, I like it, but I think it's a little bit too. I think if we could tone down a few things, I think we're getting there. Morning after, yeah, that was another thing. That's a good point. Equals slash. Might not even notice. Although I guess ideally we could, when they log on in the morning, shows them the morning one. They don't even have to click. In the afternoon, what are the chances they need to look at the morning one? Virtually none. No one cares what happened this morning because the afternoon's going to have a lot of the same news. Morning, it's like you log on, you're like, what am I looking forward to for the day? So it probably doesn't even really matter. Cool. Okay, makes sense. I'd say show the morning. They keep scrolling down. Oh, that's an option. It's just like it's out of date news, right? Like how the market was doing this. Show you guys like it shows you like how it was doing in the morning. But why would you care later? Probably wouldn't show that. It shows you the news as of the morning. It shows you like the day of like what's going to happen today, but at the end of the day, you'll have the results. So you probably don't care about that either. Maybe care about this. Yeah, everyone's on the phone. Yeah. Right now, our mobile is pretty good, I think. Well, there's a few things missing though. I think the navigation between pages isn't set up for mobile. So, yeah. Oh, what has it done? That's weird. Oh, I like what they did here. So when you scroll, right? So let's say I'm in the afternoon and I'm scrolling. It'll then do this three dots thing and show the yesterday's brief. You can either do it up here too or keep scrolling. Interesting idea. I always gets the spacing wrong. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Hmm. What font is being used here, and how are you implementing the typography where you have like one giant letter at the beginning? A chat box. Yeah, there you go. Work from first principles. Chat box. So the app uses two specific Google fonts tailored. How common is this font? Like, what are all the sites that use this font? Like, is this kind of like a very standard thing that many sites use? It's kind of wondering, like, Maybe we should just do kind of what's normal. That would make it simple. The top 10. So what's the font we use? Definitely not this one. Go to the first iteration you made and make the logo like that one. And go ahead and add the like a stock going up arrow behind it. I'm just out of curiosity if we could do it. I don't know if we'll do that. That's just kind of fun. I think what I'm going to do is plug in the current page that we have and ask it to put this text in it just so we can see how it would look. One thing I'm definitely sold on is the titles, I think. Did it. It's funny. Yeah, go ahead and remove that and put it on the left again. Also, I'm going to give you the text of our current page, and I want you to adapt this text to what we've done here. So change the text to be, and feel free to add text though, right? So like some of these are really small blurbs. It's okay to add some if you feel like it doesn't look good. Notice that some of these have charts. You might not be able to see the chart, and just put some example chart in the spaces. We'll see if that works. I'm not really sure. Research should be centered, excuse me, below prism. Yes, I agree with this. I think that looks pretty good. I like this logo the best, I think. Oh, well, without the arrow, obviously. I just think this looks a little bit too newsy, if you know what I mean. That's not bad. I mean, this is actually way better, right? Okay. I don't like that. I want to. Go ahead and add back the title. Make the logo as it was before, so don't change that. Add back the news article title thing, and keep that morning afternoon that we created, that segment under it. And the market pulse, you can remove that text. Keep the past brief thing above, so replace what the market pulse currently is with the past brief. Keep everything else. Don't change anything else. And then I think might be reasonably good, but I want to spend a little more time. Well, it's me, AI slop. Bye. Okay, cool. This is pretty good. I'm vibing with this. You guys agree? Maybe, like you said, I think the research should be centered probably, but other than that. There's something to be said about that, for sure. I know myself personally, I find it really hard to design. So having these, even though it's, takes a lot of iterations, it take a lot more by myself. And then when you make it by yourself, it's kind of hard to imagine you spend like a day working on a design and you have to redesign it. It's like, that's a lot of work you just throw away. Granted, I know you can do it in like Figma and stuff. That's probably that's the way you do it, right? You design it on a place where you're not coding and you work on it there. But I'm not a designer, so it would be it's a skill to learn. I'm open to it though. It seems interesting. Overall, though, I kind of like this. Yeah, that makes sense. Might be worth maybe investigating, like having it create a Figma or something for us, and then we could have a more consistent sort of process. We create the Figma, we mess with it ourselves. Oh yeah. Some models to Figma. Cool. You saw the Santa Claus headline the other day? No sense to me. Sure. Oh, this one. You're talking about this one. Okay. I mean, the only thing is I want to make sure it's... I'm going to look at some example sites. Take a screenshot. I'm going to ask Gemini some questions. Hmm. I could play around with the fonts a little bit. Yeah, I'm getting some different options. I'm just realizing also, like, the user doesn't need to sign in to see this page, right? Like, they would only need to sign in to go to these two. Oh yeah, so this is public. So right now, if you go to the website, you have to sign in to see this. Oh, there's no point. This is the same. The only thing that's specialized is this part, which then they would click and then they could log in and stuff. Makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes it easier to share. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try these font pairings and see what we can get. Okay, worth a shot. Let's see. I had Opus One Shot and AI Stock Report. Yeah. It's pretty good at that stuff. You know, rapid, create a lot of stuff really quickly. If anyone's joining, we're doing some design work. We're using AI Studio to help us with the design. And we're changing the fonts and we're figuring out how to make this a little more readable. You know, it's kind of weird. I feel like a lot of weird spacing and things like this. So we're changing fonts and spacing and things like this. I don't know about this font. It's a little weird. I like the previous one for sure. This one looks kind of cartoony. I'm asking for more font ideas. Would have been awful if I didn't make it the AI tools. Assume you mean like some tools you're using. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll try this one. Let's go ahead and let's try this one. Use it for both the logo and everything on the page. Then I'll try this other one here. It's called Laura. It's the vibe is institutional, expensive, and British. It implies wealth rather than news. What could that look like? I mean, the AI tools for. Oh, gotcha. So spectral. Just maybe run a few tabs of this a little faster. I say that, but I probably won't. Because we're only going to test one more or two more. For now. Okay. Not bad. It's a little less authoritative, I think. More like... Okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Hey, thanks, Pranav. We're getting it. We're gonna put this over here once we decide what we're doing. But this one is not bad. I think it might be my favorite. We're gonna try one more. It's so I recommend if you're trying to do designing stuff, this has been the best option for us, is using AI Studio and kind of iterating, because you get the code too. And so we're gonna plug in let's try this one now. Oh yeah, you're right. Definitely does look kind of like, let's see. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I'm looking at Berkshire Hathaway font. Oh, it's just Times New Roman. Takes a while to change the font. All right, let's look. I don't like this one very much, but let me go full screen. Check. Oh yeah, full screen here. It's a little too. Yeah. I don't like it. I like the last one. Yeah, let's change it back to the last one. This one. I've also started making your own products as well. I promise myself not to use AI at all. Cool. Yep, nothing wrong with that. Good way to learn, syntax and everything else. Then we're going to copy the repo, put it in our project, ask it to take the things that we want. So I'm going to just double check, but I'm pretty sure this is the one I like. Yeah, looks pretty good. And then I really like this share. This is going to be cool. Just share it with people. And then when they click the research, I'm going to ask it to go ahead and add it. So that way it just has everything. Go ahead and add this, the research and navigation here. Wait, what if we didn't even have the today's brief? We just have research and portfolio. And then when you click this, you go to the brief. There's the landing page, but who would want to go back to the landing page? That's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of in favor of just like simplifying things when as much as possible. Let's add these two as navigation options. Yeah, it makes sense per nav. It's probably a good idea. Work on improving your system prompts. Nice. You think so? For accessibility, like, what's kind of your thinking there? I'm thinking like they could always click the thing, the home. And that's a very common pattern. Like you click this and you come back to the home. And this is like the home once you log in. I feel like the landing page is like no one would likely want to return to the landing page, so we can just hook up this to this is probably where they want to go. Well, now you got me conflicted. Should I put it or no? Maybe I just keep it. Because it is a little weird if it says Prism Research and then it says Research. So we'd have to rename it to Chat or something. It's like, okay. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I think you've convinced me. We're gonna keep them. Can we add these 3 navigation options in the top bar? Should be using the same font though. Don't use the font and image. Actually, I don't need an image. I'll just tell it. The image will just confuse it. I don't know. I don't know if a dark. I mean, does Wall Street Journal and these news articles, do they have a dark mode? Maybe we can see how they do it. Because I feel like our dark mode looks like crypto site. Does Wall Street Journal have a dark mode? Yes, it does actually. Cool. So let's go look what that looks like then. Every time you're trying to make a UX decision, think of it like you're a father. Your father grants it. Yeah, that's true. True. You know, and I guess they're used to like the Wall Street Journal kind of thing, right? That's when they grew up. So, similar patterns kind of make sense. Like here, main. Okay, this is Wall Street Journal's dark mode. Let me pull up this image here. I don't know if this is old or not. Yeah. So what happened to ours is like we were using this kind of like dark background, and then we had white text, like pure white. What they did is they made it kind of gray. I think that's what Bravo said earlier. Be more gray. I think that makes some sense. So we'll do that instead. Once we bring it over. Nice. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Mm. I'm debating like, should we do what we're currently doing? You know, you see with ours, like when you make it full screen, this is like way over here. Or should we have it more centered with everything else? Hmm. Yes, it shouldn't contrast very much. It's hard on the eyes. Best dark mode is dark gray and off-white. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Have the tab centered, but keep the profile and prism research in the corner. Interesting. Yeah, let's think about that. So I make this big. This is in the center. I think you might be onto something here. These are in the center. I think I'm with you there. I think I might be with you. Let's take a screenshot. I'll just say that. So go ahead and make the navigation. It should be centered. The today's brief research portfolio and the prism research and the profile icon should be right aligned, right and left aligned, respectively. Be left aligned and right aligned. By the end of today, we will have this UI. I think. How much time we got? We have some time. We can do it. I just say things that tick me off so much. Uh, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. You're basically saying, hey, make it work like everything else. Don't be too crazy with it. I think that makes sense. Right now I'm looking at some news sites. I'm looking at Wall Street Journal. I'm looking at a few other ones. I like ours. I think it's unique enough. It's got its own fonts, but it's familiar. Hey, thanks, Superium. We're getting there, slowly but surely. So frustrated the vibe coding. Do you review the code? Um, we do if it's something hard. You know, when you start to do kind of like a hard feature, lots of moving parts. You really got to do this planning. If you kind of want to know how to do that, go to the I think it was day 16 at the last 20 minutes. Um, you can kind of see how we go about this process of like, and I think I was explaining that you create these planning docs, and I don't know, maybe that'll help. But you know, it's just gonna, it's a little bit frustrating for sure sometimes. Hey, Kashav, how's it going, bro? Chap. Okay, so I'm gonna make this full screen. Do this. Okay. So what we wanted is these to be kind of over here, and this to be over here, and this be more centered. I'm gonna go restore it back to the prior version. Because nice. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and plug this in. I think this is good enough. We can get the rest where we want to in our project with cloud code and everything. But the design is good enough for our purposes. Moment. We're using AI Studio. It's too centered. And I was kind of like, yeah, that's why I undid it per nav. Like I was kind of like, it's a little weird now. But I think the rest of that design we're going to do in cloud code, I would say. So I'm going to save this project. Also, if you guys are, if some of you guys are beginners, AI Studio is pretty cool actually. Recently, like I haven't checked this in a long time. Probably it's been 8 months, but I checked it like yesterday. You can do a lot of stuff. You can deploy it, and it keeps your secrets safe and all this stuff. So, low-key, kind of maybe a cool place to do some prototypes, I would say. Yeah, so I'm going to download this. I'm going to do it over here and bring it into the project. Yep, Kashav, we use anti-gravity too, but recently it's been very slow. So I'm actually liking the experience with the AI Studio. It actually is much faster for us at the moment. Projects. I'm gonna just put it in projects. Okay. Does this one right here. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and commit everything before we make all these huge style changes. Looks like we did. So we're good to go. So I'm gonna ask, take a look at this project. Sometimes you have to restart. I'm actually gonna upgrade because maybe they fixed this bug with the attachments. Cloud code. Yeah, it's TypeScript, Next.js, kind of like our stuff that we do. take a look at this project. I'm going to move this so it stops banging. We're going to adapt a lot of our styles to be this project. So the functionality, the core functionality remains the same, but what you're going to need to do is modify all these components that I'm going to attach. And what we're going to do is we're going to create an implementation plan. You're going to put it under restyling today's brief folder in docs and create the implementation plan doc. And it's going to have all the files we're going to change for this style change because there is a lot. First, what you're going to do, you're going to go through Prism Research, understand what are the fonts used, what's the spacing. We want to really adopt basically everything that we've done here, but we're only going to start with the today's brief in this plan, this page. We'll do the rest later. Hello, embedded God, how's it going? Just that's lots of stable reviews. I see. Good call. We have had some problems, I would say. They did fix the blinking, so that's good. But that's probably why it causes some problems too. Anyways, take a look at this project. And now we are going to create this plan. I don't think there's anything else I need to say, I think. I'm just going to attach the files it needs. So these ones. I attached the major components, but you also need to look at the header and everything else. Do you agree it is hard to get the first client? Yeah. Pretty hard. I think it's good to maybe get some people that you know to test it out, but you should watch them testing. Don't just rely on their feedback. They're your friends. You just watch them fumble around. You're like, oh, that doesn't make sense, actually. Oh, I made this. Problem for me is I know enough to know good Next.js code. Still generates slop. I just could use shadcn and only use like 10%. And hold it, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's definitely not perfect, right? You know, you can speed up certain things. But this process is kind of like figuring out we're figuring out a workflow that really speeds us up and trying to, like, I think as I've been doing this, we're changing it. Some things I would say probably didn't speed us up that much. But other things have. So it's kind of like it's a mixed bag. It's your suggestion above. First client on Upwork. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know if that's like a paid thing, right? Because I don't really need any freelancers or anything at the moment. So we're just working on my own stuff. That makes sense. See my suggestion above. Oh, I feel like one thing that would give your project edge is like into that hedge funds use like temperature effects. Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. You're right on cue. Right on key to what we wanted to do. That's why I worked on this for a while. Just start collecting data, but you have to be a little careful how you do it. You know. But with that said, I'm on the same page. It's like I would love to keep just collecting data and keep making cool charts, and then people come on it because they're like, hey, I can actually analyze stuff and ask questions about mobile apps and things like this. So, on the same page. I think your idea is cool. Temperature of crops or something. It's kind of fun. The other day we were bringing like Nancy Pelosi trades. SEC hates this one trick. Yeah, you just got to be careful like with the scraping stuff, you know. Like that's don't want to be too crazy. You gotta do it. We're doing it the right way. We're not doing anything crazy. Okay. I really want you to, yeah. So in the stock, I really want you to note that we're going to copy it almost exactly, right? Like the functionality remains the same, but the actual styles we've iterated on, and this is what we're deciding to do. So it's not just a cheat sheet. It's like we are actually, you should be referencing the files that have created such and such pattern and noting in that implementation doc that that's what we're doing. So it's not really like a variation. It is like, that is the design. You can think of that's like our Figma, right? That's what we're adapting to. So that's the source of truth. I just really wanted to abide by what we've done. So that's why I'm saying that in our plan. Be careful on, yes. We've already put in yeah, oh yeah, good point, SG707. It's kind of a good call out. Make sure you don't name your important keys next underscore, and don't put it in Vercel. It will expose it, and that would suck. So always make sure to keep your keys separate, back end, front end keys, separate files, and don't put it in your front end, and you'll be fine. But yeah, I'll pay you money to make a project that invite me. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I have to be careful with that kind of thing. I know someone who makes a lot of money from paper industry stocks in my country because it spikes when national exams happens. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Some of the web app coding 10 hours a day. Nice. Cool. Yeah, if you guys want, feel free to join our Discord. You can if you want, you can it's kind of like a community of builders. Yeah. So if you're interested, you can join there. Maybe share some of your projects and whatever. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to read the plan. I'm going to go through and decide if it is good or not. Might not be. Where did it put it? It was supposed to be here. Okay. It is in just docs. Okay. Isn't that where I am? I thought it was. Oh, I didn't put it in a folder. That's why. Okay. Today's brief restyling. Okay, we got it. So let's read. Design fonts. I think can I join? Can we talk? I'm not gonna. Yeah, feel free to join. But I don't know if I probably won't do the Upwork thing. I just I gotta be a little careful. I think Vibe is perfect for those who know zero code. It's easy that way. Can't tell bad code. I'm at a point where I just assume I did something wrong again. We find that the planning helps, but I understand some people like a little more hands-on approach. Like maybe they use it for autofill, and some people just don't like it at all. And just, everyone wants to do. It's just a tool at the end of the day. So if you don't like it, it's fine. has their preferences. So we are using this Google font. That all looks fine to me. Just a bunch of styles. I was kind of thinking it would, okay, there, perfect. Files to modify, sure. Yep. Okay, so in this implementation doc, I kind of wanted you to also put the, why didn't you decide to put some of the files to reference? Because I was thinking it would be like, you put the component, and then you put the file to reference next to it. So that way you can easily switch back and forth when, as you're implementing, you have the exact reference that you need to make it look right. That was kind of what I was thinking. So what do you think about that? We could modify the plan to be that. So as you can see, our process is like whenever we're making a large change, whether it's on the back end, we'll kind of do like an architecture doc and go through it. In this case, it's a huge style change, so we just want to increase the odds of success. Make sure it has everything it needs, and that it says the right things, and that it has all the information about what we're doing. So that way we don't have to keep iterating on broken things. Curious what Vibe would do if there's a data leak. Would they say AI did it, not me? No. That's why you gotta kind of know what you're doing before you deploy the public. Kind of know the basics of like, there's a number of things: authentication, rate limiting, DB rules, things like this. There's probably like 5 or 6 core concepts that could help you with like maybe 90% of the potential issues that you could run into. So, don't do your own auth. Use something like Firebase and all these other things. Don't allow prompt injection. So that's something you have to learn before you deploy the public. And like, let's say you're executing some code, the LLM gives you these kinds of things. You do have to be very careful of. So there's some concepts here that are very could be very actually disastrous. So someone gets a hold of your API key because you allow the LLM to execute code on your backend through some prompt, then it's like, yeah, like it could be really bad actually. So that's why I really recommend you should really know what you're doing before you deploy the public. Yeah. But with that said, for prototyping for yourself, it is pretty fun and you learn a lot. So. But for you can always spend some time just like learning those concepts, and then you can consider Yeah, I would say what we're doing, it's not really it's kind of like in between vibe coding and sort of there's no really, it's kind of what a lot of engineers do now is you use AI for the planning steps, like system, you might iterate with it and get to a good place. But some professionals, they prefer to use it just for autofill. So I'm kind of like, I can see both sides of that for sure. I would probably use autofill if I could easily attach files as I send a prompt. I'm like writing a function, and I send a prompt with the file. So it has a context, it comes back, autofills, and it's like fast. Then maybe I would do it. Problem is when you autofill, it doesn't know what you're doing. So it just like writes some function that's stupid. It doesn't. Like when I do it this way, I can attach all the files so it has the full the full plan. Yeah, good night, Kishev, for joining. Okay, so let's read the doc. Yeah, there's a lot of things, right? Like if you don't set they're not like hard things either. It's just like you just have to know them, right? Set your DB rules. You have to put authentication so not anyone can come in and just mess with your database, especially if you're storing important data for people. Like in this case, we're storing financial data, right? Potentially, right? So if people come in and put their thing, like, yeah, so you need to kind of know a bit before you start storing stuff about people. I've just built a Chrome extension. Auto. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. But then again, if you're not storing anything, like let's say you don't have a database, you're just building a front end thing, then there's not really too much concern with deploying to public, I would say. Like if you're not storing anything, like you're making maybe a mobile app, some like a calculator as an example, something like this, then it's like you have way less to think about. Do you believe people will trust it? People will trust it. I mean, probably not in the beginning, right? If there's no people that use this, then they might not, and they might just maybe use it, and maybe for their watch list or something, right? So. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a tool, right? It's just a tool, So I think what it did is it added maybe some references somewhere. I don't really see it though. Where did it put it? File lines to reference. Oh, I see. Okay, it put the lines to reference here. That's kind of cool. So it gives the file lines to reference for how it should be styled. Let's try it. Okay, go ahead and implement this now. Yeah, you got to write tests and all these things too. It helps with development. That's been our experience anyway. At first, we were just writing without any tests, and yeah. We don't do tests for the front end though. We're just doing it for the chart generations and stuff. Aaron, let's see. For me, it's super productive and saves my time and energy, so I can focus on the actual problem, not just code. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of hard to code for a long period of time too. So this process, you can focus more on the high level, so you can do it longer. Oh, nice. Wait, it already looks quite a bit better just with the font change. Nice. Okay. But it's gonna change a lot of other stuff, I think. Granted, one thing we didn't have is the headline, so we're gonna need to create a new component for that. Hey, Preet, how's it going? Is thinks what you build? Sure. We can probably have this one running too, I think. Yeah, let's go ahead and try doing this. Just scope your changes though. It should be just creating that pop-up and maybe creating a file for how to implement it, but don't change anything else, so don't integrate it quite yet. Oh, thanks, Kashev. Yeah, we're getting there. I think the new restyling will make it look a lot better. That was probably the biggest problem. That and some of the bugs that we have, and then the next problem is obviously how you actually sell it. That's actually probably the biggest problem. Not the style, but we will work on it. So it's probably gonna need to create a new component for that header part. I'll show you guys. So this is what we're transforming it into. It's gonna need to create this part, and this needs to be a new component here. And the rest of it can just be adapted to styles. And we'll probably create this component up here. And then we're in business. I'm 2027. Wow. Okay, go ahead and integrate on the portfolio page. Go ahead and make a button that I can click to see what you've done. But we did this today. Got that set up at least. Oh, this is done, yeah. Yeah, we did this. It's getting there. Wait, maybe we should just have Gemini 3 do it. I mean, Gemini 3 made the thing. I'm gonna tell it what components to make, the new ones, because there is some new ones. Installing a new package. I'll look up this package. What is this? A huge one. So if anyone's wondering what we're doing, looks like some people joined. We're currently restyling our site to look more like this. This is what it will be. This is kind of what we designed in AI Studio. Specifically under this part, not this. And right now we create an implementation plan. We're running it. Because we think this one looks a lot better. And I think it's pretty clear it does. How much money you've spent thus far for agents? It's the subscription, so I'm doing Cloud Code Max. We're doing the max one, so $200, but there's also the $100 one a month, which is pretty expensive. It's much cheaper than the alternative of coding 8 hours a day to the API, because that'd be really expensive. The alternative is you kind of just like juggle between the free credits on the different ones, like anti-gravity, things like this. So that's an option. We need to install this package before this will run, so I'll just do that. Get dash higher in. It's only 200 a month on average then. A little bit over because we use for the testing, we use the Gemini 3 Flash. So I'd say like 230. Probably about right. Not very much. I just have a calculator. But the goal is we will see if we can achieve something. But it will probably take some time, right? Our next goal with this is to try to sell what we've made thus far. And we'll see if we can, we have some ideas how we can maybe get some eyeballs on it. We're looking at some other financial newsletters. Some of them used YouTube, or one of them used YouTube. They made a YouTube channel, and they were just like making videos of them answering like kind of questions like, should I buy blah blah blah. You know, they were pretty clickbaity, I would say, but maybe we could try some of these types of things. You know, post on product news, post on hacker news. We'll see what works with this. Maybe put an AppSumo, put a good discount on it. We'll probably try switching up our packages and everything else too. Like we've kind of decided, I think, to add like a free trial sort of thing. The idea is today's brief is going to be free. Anyone can access it. You don't even need an account to access it because all the personalized stuff will cost money. But the article itself, that's where it's like, we're going to put it, I'll show you guys what I mean here. I think my idea is that this will be public. The whole thing, you can go through, see all the prior today's briefs, but then these AI portfolio insights, it's going to be blurred out, and then you have to create the account. And that's when you start the trial. And the trial will allow you to track your portfolio, do the research panel, and we'll show everyone this data. It's kind of like a preview of what you can do in the research panel, is the idea. And then what we do is we start tweeting it. Maybe we post on product, all that stuff, right? And then maybe that'll work as a way to sell it. The thing about the free trials is if you can get someone to start a free trial, that's a pretty high conversion rate. So if we can get them to start one, that would be cool. But that's the plan. First, we have to restyle the website, though, which is why this is taking a while. Did I start it up again once I installed? I did not. Okay, cool. We're getting there. We're going to create some new components. Let me make this full screen. Okay. So one component's going to be that headline part that you guys saw. The nice thing, though, when you design in AI Studio, you have all the code. So we can just say, hey, this part's going to be a component, and then bring in all the UI parts for this. And then we just got to hook it up. And but we already have the functionality for this, so. Not the share yet, and the save. I don't think the save will do anything. Probably just the share we'll have. Oh, it added a, excuse me, it added an export button, so I'm gonna go try it. So this is a new button. This would be a premium feature, the export to Excel, because it has a lot of information. So let me click it. So the export, portfolio history, performance, statistics, position data. This looks pretty good. We're gonna change, we just changed the header, so that's kind of why it looks weird at the moment. I think it's gonna be, this is left aligned, this is right aligned, and this is centered. Maybe. It's kind of hard to know until we look at it. Kind of noticing there are some differences, though, between this one and this other one. Okay, we'll place this. I really like this part, so we definitely want to do that. It got pretty close. Just needs to segment into two here. I really like what it did with the air portfolio insights. Looks pretty cool. But I'm gonna actually try it because we clicked the button. Oh, not on the right site. Click the button, but we just got the premium page. And I'm admin, so. Can you go ahead and make it so if I'm an admin, so the admin user is... it should be auth though. And make sure to guard it on the endpoints. I should be able to go through and download the CSV, so I should be able to go through the flow. I'm probably going to commit first though, because I liked the upsell page. I think it's just this and then the portfolio chart. It's very slow now. What happened? Hey, it's just, I'm not really sure. A hot reload maybe. Okay, while it's waiting, we can do a few things actually. We can create all the new components we need. I'm gonna do it over here. Take a look at this image. You should reference this project. That's a bug where you can't attach, so I gotta restart Cloud. Oh, it's because I'm actually not in the right folder this time. Sorry, Cloud. Prism Research. The top navigation, the top bar here. And the data feeds. I attach the image. So you're going to create a new component for it and then hook it up to the front page, the today's brief page. Go ahead and implement the functionality. So you should be able to determine whether market status is open or closed, the price of SPX. And the account one, don't worry about that. Just remove that. So that's this part here. We're adding a new part up top. So this here. And then the next component is here. So this is going to be the headline. That's going to be generated by the LLM every day. And then we're going to implement the share. So there's two new components. We're going to create a new component. It's called the title of today's evening brief. Name it whatever you like. Doesn't matter. The way this should work is you're going to move this go ahead and create a new component also called the share component, and you're going to put that, you're going to create that as well. And we're going to put it in the title component. That's fine. Actually, whatever. Implement this. It's a little weird, but it's okay. And the today's brief page, use the Prism research. So you're going to use the Prism research as a reference as you do this. The way this should be implemented is you're going to need to create some it's going to be part of this these two pipelines here. Both of them are going to work the same way. They're creating a title based on the article using the LLM. So I attached the two pipelines. Because I'm kind of noticing this getting a little complex, I'm going to create a plan instead. And then there's just a lot of moving parts. Go ahead and we're going to create an implementation plan, put it under the folder title components and docs, and name the file implementation plan. And that's the first thing you're doing. So no implementation yet. Okay, cool. So it says it says finished. There's a number of things not quite right. I think we're going to change our charts more to this style. I like these better. I'm going to send this one over here. So it says it added I should be able to bypass and do the export, so we'll try it. Oh, cool. All right. Interesting. Let's try. I'm going to bring it over here. Check it out. It appears to be an enormous file. Oh, it's actually not that big. Okay, so we have this is our portfolio history, supposedly. Statistics. So we're gonna have a lot more things, like it should be like day by day has the statistics, and then the transaction history and all that stuff. All right, I'm just gonna exit before something comes up. Hey, broski. Depends how you define it. It's like we kind of do a mix. We do plans. We do kind of the high level plan. We leave most of the low level coding to the AI. We tend to verify. We go through usually the back end code more. The front end code I'm usually okay, just kind of leaving. Unless there's lots of bugs, then we tend to look through it a little bit. I should make sure it actually guarded. This is like an example, right? If it's just like let's say it puts in, if I'm an admin bypass from the front end, right? It's not gonna work, you know. So then you have to look, did it actually guard the endpoint? So you look at I don't see that it did that. I don't think anyway. So whenever you're asking a question like, hey, can you make something specific for the admin? You should double check. You should actually look through the code, because if it's just like put in some stupid little thing like this, then it's like anyone will be able to go in. Anyone can modify anything on the front end. So that's kind of like some of the aspects you kind of have to know a little bit. So whenever you're doing some basically what I'm saying, if you're deploying to the public and you got like a back end and front end and you're storing stuff, you kind of have to know, you have to look through a little bit, and you're asking specific types of questions, you know. So hopefully that makes sense. So this particular scenario, I'm going to ask it to, for this, you need to actually look through the back end, and you need to actually hook it up. So the way it works is it validates that the user um, is authenticated as a pro user, and then uh, they can use the feature. Otherwise, if you just make the change here, it won't work. So someone can bypass it. I think the text is a little too big. Now you can change the zoom, but okay. So there's a lot of things we got to do here. We did add the component up here, which is good. It's definitely should have the something here, maybe like terms. Are we sure? And we'll remove this here. We'll just replace this with the title, and yeah, what did this do? It should look like this. Move this. Maybe we'll remove all these collapsible menus. They look pretty bad. Can you go ahead and remove all these like collapsible menus? I think we don't really like them anymore. So go through. We're going to get rid of all of them actually on the page. So I'm going to attach all the things. And the morning brief. So get rid of those collapsibles everywhere. And then the second thing you should do, please note how this is structured. The way that you're going to do this is you're going to split these two in two here. And we're going to combine these two in our preferences. So right now the user can customize where the things are. Sector performance and market headlines will just be under market news, under that category. So you can put in one, and they should be segmented in two like this. And these will both, this one will both show for the evening and the morning brief by default. So I think we have two separate components right now. It should be just the same component. Just make sure that the sector performance gets the pre-market data as well when it is the pre-market. If it's not the pre-market, then it gets the performance for today. And then while it's doing that, we're going to go ahead and do I think we created a plan for this part here. Yeah, exactly. So what we were talking about earlier, you need to put these like, you need to have something to check. Hey, is he actually an admin, or is he just like saying he's an admin? And you do that in your the back part of your application. So you validate there. Yeah, exactly. So you should do both of those things. Implement the correct integration. You need to create a new endpoint for the export CSV check. Wait, do we have to do that actually? Let me think. Oh, oops. Where am I going? Hmm. I mean, not only should you build this endpoint there, but that's where you're also going to do all the processing logic for the actual CSV export. I don't know if you're doing it in the front end or not. But you should send all that to the back end there. Also, we're going to restyle this component to look like this one because it looks a lot better than this one. Looks like this. Way more professional. So I guess the people that are here, what you guys up to? You guys work on stuff? Today's results. Strange. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just replace this with the title. You're chilling. SpaceX employee. Neat. Auth middleware. We don't need a new file. We already have a check for this somewhere. Just working on a side project. Cloud Code is the best in my experience. Have you tried Codex? I haven't tried it yet. Look it up. So did you like it for coding? Oh, I see. You were saying that Cloud Code is the best. Gotcha. Not the code. Personally, built a Google Apps scripts web app. Nice. Still working on it. It's got a ton of features. Basically JavaScript. It's got some intricacies. Double iframes. That's cool. Huh. Kind of messed up that. It says D. Something about this looks not quite right. Whoops. This doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really look quite right, I think. Is it because of the... Yeah, it looks like... Wait. Okay. These fonts look different, right? We tried projects in production. Yeah, I have some in my description. Some of them are not really like finished though. Actually, probably most of them. So you can check them out if you want. Let's see, which one am I most proud of? Probably this. I don't know. Maybe this one. We can like animate things, but there's still quite a bit of work to be done to make it usable. Probably the most usable thing. I don't know, man. They're all a little bit half baked, I think. But we'll maybe come back and fix everything at some point. Like the looks of the site and everything else. But the homepage, I mean, we made like this is made with the animation tool. So we saved it, exported it, and that's the kind of the idea. You can put it in your game, and it's pretty easy to play the animation once you've done that. Sure, maybe. Make sure, yeah, that's fine. Let's see, what am I thinking? I'm thinking of running... I think I'll just go through one by one, right? Like, starting with the AI Portfolio Insights, I want it to really match this one, right? So take a look at... this is the Cloud Max. Oh, I see. It's using a function. We probably should create a separate function for checking if the user is a premium user. Right now it's using this like... Yeah, let's go ahead and create a separate function for this. We're going to use it for everything, like to check if the user is premium. I guess let's not use this get chart generation function because that's kind of weird. Yeah, so I've kind of made a policy. I'm not going to answer programming questions in the chat that are just clearly antagonistic. So just so you know, you should just know I was a programmer. I'm calling it vibe coding because we're doing something in between. Right? We do the high level planning, and we leave most of the coding to the AI. That's the general gist. So. So I see it actually, this worked pretty well. So it did, when we went component by component, it's directly making the right styles. So we're gonna do the same thing for the what history says section as well. Now do the same for the what history says section. Look at verse that's the quantitative section. Yeah, so we're making a new function, removing something old, and that is okay. We will check later for that particular case. I probably won't commit that at the moment. Mostly the UI stuff we're going to do. Okay, so we do have our plan for the title. It looks like this. Let's go ahead and read it. This is actually not here. So I'm gonna look at where it saved the doc. Sure. Oh, I see. Here it is. Market status bar. Hey, look here. Okay, I don't see anything for the title bar, so it's possible we never send that prompt. Could be. It's also possible to put it in this doc, in which case I suppose that's fine. Okay, so it says it updated the, okay, good. Now the next component is we're going to change the chart styling to match this color scheme here. Okay, the next step is in the what history says section. We're going to change our interactive charts from the color scheme that it currently is to the new one that you can reference in Go ahead and you can just jump into that implementation there. I might wait a little bit though, because I think I would like to commit now, as far as just because it's getting a little messy. I'm not going to commit this quite yet, this export stuff. Yeah, and this stuff we're going to leave till later. Commit the plans. Styling is okay. Removing collapsibles. I think the export is fine because it just shows the premium. We're not going to commit that because that's stupid. Okay, kind of weird. So you can see the color scheme in Prism chart. Go ahead and update our current charts. An economic calendar remove at the bottom. Okay, the next part is we're going to implement we're going to create a plan for, I just want we already sent that though. Let me open the rest of the cloud instances. Probably in one of these here. Yeah, we gotta organize this. It's getting a little crazy. Yeah, that's fine. So I guess we'll say it again. That's fine. We're gonna create an implementation plan for the title. This is gonna require a change across our pipelines and the morning one. You're gonna need to generate a title for the article based on all of the content. So that'll be part of what you're getting from the prompt. I mean, from the result from the prompt. And we're gonna create a new component on the front end to match what's in. So go ahead and create a plan for this, put it in title component, and it should be called, the doc should be called implementation plan. Folder. This is going to touch a lot of pieces. Under it, we're going to have a, could have sworn I said this before, so I want to double check I didn't commit anything. Well, strange. Maybe I didn't send it. It's possible. Sometimes I do that. Lots of moving pieces here. So go ahead and touch in the plan, put all the files it's going to touch, as well as we're also going to create a second component, which is called the share component, and that's going to be another component that we're going to add to many things. One of the places we're going to add it is the title bar component. It should look exactly like the one in Prism Research. And in it, it's also going to have the morning and afternoon section that's on the title page. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I'm going to let it go. And we also want to remove this collapsible here. So these are both gone. Title. Market summary's gone. Can you go ahead and remove in the main page here? I'm going to attach the direct components. So it's the afternoon brief, FTSX, afternoon brief components. We have market pulse, today's results. That's so it can find it, and market summary, headers. We're going to remove all of these. You guys take a look at. We do not have these. We don't want any more collapsibles. We're removing that completely. So go ahead and remove those three. Then I'm also going to say in the morning, remove morning brief, text, and summary. Cool. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Getting to our design that we have created. Can't really implement it all in one go because there's just so many components and so many files it has to touch. So we kind of have to do this, just plug away here. But once we get it, then it'll look pretty good. So it didn't see market pulse, morning brief, or summary in this file. So to clarify, what I meant is this file. That's the top of the flow. But in that, there are components that have the text that I mentioned. See if it changed the charts. It did. Fantastic. That looks pretty good, actually. Happy with that. This one actually works because I checked the database. It stored the thing, so I don't understand that one, but that's whatever. Leave it for now, maybe. So the next thing we want to do, I noticed it removed the sector results and stuff when we asked it to create side-by-side thing. So I'm going to try to fix that. I noticed there's probably an error, I assume, here. Okay, don't see any error related. Take a look at this component. It appears to not be showing. It's not showing in the afternoon brief or the morning brief. Make sure it's hooked up. I think you did a little bit of a refactor to combine the two. It should be showing side by side, similar to take a look at the components. This is the top level to start for the area that we were editing. Okay, we're getting there. Moving all this stuff. That's one by one. Oh, removed our summary. Don't like that. Oh, it's back. Good. Don't know how, but that's fine. Nice. Looks good. Just needs to have the title, and that will make sense. So don't remove the actual market summary. I mean, that's fine. No, so you remove the actual section. You're supposed to just remove the title. So please don't do that. Don't make me berate you. Oh, I added it back. Sorry. Okay, so show me the flow for how you did the two sections side by side. They're still not showing. Start at the top level component, or the top level page. There we go. It's back. Oh, thanks, SJ707. I feel like the top. We are adding in another section here. That's going to be the headlines and stuff. So I'll show you. Like this. This is what the top section is going to look like. They'll have this stuff by default. People can change the configuration in their settings, but this is going to be a little bit nicer. We're just slowly getting all the right stuff aligned here. So we'll get there. And this part here should have the same typography as the afternoon. So this morning summary thing should have the same typography with the big letter at the beginning. And please remove the market summary. When I say header, I mean the title in that component. So please remove that. We're gonna have no title because we're creating a component for the title of the articles. So we just don't want that. Yeah, so it still doesn't show. I mean, I'm gonna double check my settings, make sure it does show, but it should. Yeah, doesn't show. Show the flow from the beginning. I think it goes FTSX evening brief. Still seems too wordy. Really? I think this is too wordy here. Let me see. I mean, I guess I think that's I think it's just about right actually. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, it is an article. Like you are reading a little bit, but it's just like a few sentences with some headlines and some. This is wordy, but that's why it's kind of hidden. You don't have to see the whole thing. But I might change my mind maybe tomorrow, I guess. Bullet points around less than 10 words, straight to the point. You might be right, I don't know. Okay, yes. Nice. Okay, so add the typography. It's relying on some sort of state prop stuff, I guess. That's probably why. Market. So what are the conditions to which it doesn't render? Right now it's not rendering. There's no errors. So therefore, some condition you've set is being fired. Decided to just create an MVP and worry about code quality later. That's a good, you can always, especially if it's just MVP you do in like a day, you can always restart, you know. That kind of makes sense to me. Kind of play around with it, have fun. That's what I do. We kind of got a better idea of what this would be as we went along. Yeah, so you actually removed the summary as well. So try to understand why would removing some text, just that header, why? I think it's because maybe you tied in the whole components to the header or something. I'm not really understanding. There's some logic here where oh, there's the sector performance. Let's see here. Yep, so it renders for a second and then it disappears. So there's some other, could be maybe, depending on how you're rendering it exactly, but it's likely just some condition that you've set in that component that's like, if something returns null or something, you're not rendering it. There's some sort of something that's happening there. Otherwise, we would just have an error. Because we don't, unless there's a new one. Oh, we do have an error. Great. Let's see, portfolio analysis. Don't think that's related though, fortunately. Too many requests. So we hit our rate limit. That's good. Wait, is that why? Oh wait, that low-key could be why. So if I reload and I get the too many requests, that means we hit our own rate limit. Oh yeah, maybe. Could this be related? This error here? Okay. Oh, nice. Good. It's here. Yay. Okay, I just have to fix how it looks, but looks cool. Nice. I like it. Exactly. Ah, that's probably my favorite section thus far. It's right there. Now we just have to add back the summary, add the title, and then I will be satisfied with what we've done here. And tomorrow we'll clean it up a little bit. One thing we'll add is like smooth loading. Because I think right now, let's see. Yeah, a little bit of jankiness for sure. I guess one thing with the charts, like if we have a title here, let's just remove it from the chart. Or either way, I don't really know which is better. I think probably this one's better. And then just remove this. I'll see how it looks in the styles. How's it going, Goku? I'm kind of wondering if the issue here is maybe because it's adding some defaults to the preferences, but I maybe have different preferences than the defaults. So maybe it's fixing things that wouldn't apply to my account. Unless I save again, maybe. Still no, but I have a theory of maybe it's like related to you're changing some things in the defaults and my account has saved preferences. Could this be related for why it's not appearing anymore after you've removed the title? Keep in mind that the title so I probably won't commit until we figure this out because yeah, let me look what it did exactly. The evening brief section. I think what I'm going to do is just discard this and just remove this to be that. Oh, but what it is probably maybe we have some sort of conditional on the main page that's like if this is empty then don't render or something. I don't know, something like this, because that would make sense. Why it's just removing that caused it to disappear. think we have updated. That's kind of cool. Maybe a little more text though, but other than that, I'll fix the spacing here. Still no, try a drastic approach. Undo, so look at the changes you made. And for the, let's just add it back. Add back the title, add back for the market overview. And then I'm going to try removing it myself just to see that market summary, I mean. I'm going to put in the changes it made in the file. Cool. I'm probably going to head out, but we'll fix this up tomorrow. Get it looking good. Oh, it appears now. Okay, I'm going to stop it. Good. Okay, this just has to be reordered. So I'm going to move this. I'll move this up here. C. I'm going to move here. Oh, I see. Okay. I remember we put the AI insights only at us, so we'll make that a little better. Cool. That's pretty good. The reason why this doesn't show is because we're rate limited, because we loaded the page. Done. But overall, pretty happy with the style changes. You guys can look at the earlier for before and after, but we're gonna go ahead for tomorrow. We'll be hooking it up. That way it has everything. So it has the title, the share, and this is gonna be a public page. So you don't have to be logged in to see these pages, but the research and portfolio you do, and for the AI analysis you do. So overall, I'm going to commit once I look through this, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching.